Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. We are tracking a line of showers and storms coming in from Alabama. These are about to cross over the line from Alabama into West Georgia. So far, these showers and storms have been producing some heavy rain, also some strong winds. We're watching one of the cells near Montgomery and over near Auburn, Alabama. I'll get closer to that for you coming up in just a few minutes here, but it's that part of the system that has some rotation with it. We're going to be watching that very closely as it approaches Columbus and potentially LaGrange down in areas of Troup County. Right now, we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings in our state or any tornado warnings. We do have a tornado watch in effect, though, that does include the metro area southward into South Atlanta and into Central Georgia. I'll break that down for you coming up here in just a little bit as we track this line of storms moving in. As you can see, coming in there closer to Rome in northwest Georgia. Closer to Rome, we have some of those showers and storms that are rolling through here, crossing over the line over Cleburne County and Randolph County, Alabama. We have very heavy rain with thunder and lightning, strong winds in association with that as well. And I'm going to keep checking over here our National Weather Service feed for any new updates that are coming in here. So that's why you see me kind of looking over here. I have folks on Facebook Live as well. I'll occasionally be looking over at this camera here. For those of you on Facebook Live, I'm doing multiple feeds right now. I'm mainly going to be addressing this camera for those of you on all of our streaming apps, but also I'm doing this on Facebook Live too, so that's why on Facebook Live you're not seeing me looking at you directly there many times, but I'm going to be checking with you on Facebook Live for any questions that you may have so that we can talk about that on all of our streaming apps too. So I'm going to stay on with you here for a while as we track these showers and storms that are moving through. If a tornado warning is issued, we will not only be on with you and on Facebook with all of our streaming apps, but we will also be breaking in on air on 11 Alive for any of those warnings that are going to be coming through. But again, as of right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect as these storms are approaching the West Georgia line. We do have this one tornado warning that we're keeping a close eye on. I'm going to go ahead and get closer to that one right here because this impacts. Now, I know that a lot of students aren't at Auburn right now. I know that we have a lot of folks here in Georgia whose kids go to school at Auburn, but it's Christmas, the holiday break, and a lot of kids aren't there right now, but it may be of interest to you as we're tracking this storm coming out of through Alabama. This was over the northern parts of actually near Montgomery, and south of Montgomery, moving up to the north and to the east here. Now we have this tornado warning that does include the Auburn area near Tuskegee, including parts of Auburn, and then a severe thunderstorm warning that extends up to, cuts off right here at the Georgia-Alabama line. Again, for those of you on Facebook, you can see the map that's right there on the corner of your screen, but I'm referencing this map here for the folks that are on our streaming apps. If you'd rather have a better experience with that for you on Facebook Live, go to 11 Alive Plus or go to our website so you can see what we have going on here straight on. You guys on Facebook Live are just kind of watching there from the side. But again, tornado warning, including Auburn, Alabama. And what we're going to have to watch, though, is if this line holds together or if this system or core of circulation holds together moving up 85, what we'll have to watch to see if they are going to extend that warning to include maybe parts of Columbus or Harris County, or even the potential that maybe Troup County could be included in that warning if that rotation holds together. We've been watching this cell, and what happens with it is it cycles up and then it cycles down and then it cycles back up again. Our National Weather Service is saying that yes, we're watching a series of mesovortices within that, but they don't last too long, but then they may ramp back up. So that's the main cell that we're watching right now coming out of Alabama near Auburn, The main focus for the southern part of our viewing area would be if this warning does get extended into Troup County, we would then break into programming here on 11 Alive to warn our viewers there. But right now, we're on with you on our streaming apps as well as you guys on Facebook here as we're tracking these storms moving through. Let's go back up to Atlanta right now. We have had some showers move through excuse me, our area a little bit earlier in Atlanta with some brief heavy rain. That's well ahead of this main line that we're watching, and you can see that very evident here coming across the state line now from Cleburne County, Alabama and Randolph County, Alabama, about to cross over into areas of Heard County too. Keeping an eye on, I want to show you our velocity product right now. Because what we watch for with this would be any potential circulation that could develop. We have that circulation that's over near Auburn, but what we're going to watch right here is there's another little bit that we're keeping an eye on in Randolph County, all right? This right here in Randolph County, it looks like a little bit of rotation trying to develop there. So if that does get a little bit stronger, it would move into Carroll County and also into Heard County in just a little bit. This is just to the south of Wadowee, right there. Did you see that right there? Again, not any type of confirmed circulation right now, but it's just the beginning of some what we look for here with any signatures that we watch for any rotation developing. A new scan just came over right now, just to keep an eye on that. So for those of you in Carroll County and also into Heard County there, from Carrollton down to Central Hatchie, again, near Wadowee, Alabama, in Randolph County, we're watching this little bit of potential developing circulation there. No warnings with it right now, but I'm just here with you live for those overnight hours just to keep you posted on what we're watching here with these showers and storms developing. So it's that area we're watching, as well as, okay, the warning for the tornado warning that was in effect for Auburn, that included Auburn, Alabama, is no longer in effect, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning. The reason we're watching that is, again, if that circulation holds together anymore, it could cross over into Troup County, potentially Harris County and Muskogee County from Columbus on up toward LaGrange. If that rotation ramps back up, we would have to watch for any warnings in those areas well to the south and west of the city. So the main parts that we're watching near Auburn right now, that tornado warning was canceled, or it expired. However, we're watching any potential circulation right now between Wadowee, Alabama and Roanoke there in Randolph County. Keeping an eye on that as it crosses over into Georgia. I want you folks in Carroll County and Heard County to be watching that one if it stays together and potentially would cause a warning there, or a tornado warning to be issued. Let me widen back out here, and I want to put this into motion. There is that line that we're watching moving in. We had some heavier showers move through Atlanta just a little while ago. Another little batch here on the south side is about to move in. That's not the severe part. This is well ahead of the severe storms moving through. I saw a couple of comments here on Facebook Live where folks were saying that we had some heavy rain that came through Fannin County and Gilmer County. There's a little bit of thunder and lightning with that. This is in far north Georgia, from Ellijay over toward the Blue Ridge area. That is moving into parts of Union County and eventually into Towns County. White County near Helen, you're getting some heavy rain pushing through there right now, and pushing up toward the north and east. Again, a little thunder and lightning with that and heavy rain, but the main event is this line that is pushing in from these areas of Alabama here, moving into northwest Georgia. I want to show you, I'm going to get back to radar here in just a minute, but as we're watching that area of rain move in to northwest Georgia, here is Rome, all right? And you'll see that, number one, behind me, but I'm also going to keep an eye on that at the bottom of the screen here, as we're most likely The flags are barely moving. I was looking to even see if this was a freeze frame, but the American flag is moving just a little bit right now. I really expect, we're going to check back on this in just a few minutes, so I really expect these winds to start kicking up a little bit more in Rome as we're about to see that line in northwest Georgia move into the Rome area. I also want to show you Coweta County right now down in Noonan. This is an area that we'll be watching very closely south of the city as that line continues to move through. Excuse me. Also, I want to show you the airport. The fog, or actually the visibility, is getting a little bit better right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. We had about a third of a mile visibility at Hartsfield earlier. I'll kind of dip down so you can see we do not have any active weather delays at Hartsfield-Jackson right now due to weather. Now, of course, there may be some delays with some individual flights, though, due to the volume that we have with this busy holiday travel that's going on right now. Okay, let me check on something right now. Just got a new information in from the National Weather Service. This is in regards to that cell that I'm watching coming out of Randolph County. All right, so it's this part right here, and I'll put it in velocity one more time. So we're watching this area right there that you can see right there north of Roanoke near Wedowee, where we could see some circulation developing. And this is what the Weather Service has just put out, a special statement. This is not a warning or anything, but a special statement saying a strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southern Carroll, Heard, and northwestern Coweta counties between now and 3:30. We're watching a strong thunderstorm over Big Springs, which is 8 miles east of Wedowee, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Right now, the hazards are 40 to 50 mile per hour winds with an increased chance of a brief tornado. And again, this is radar indicated. So the Weather Service now just putting out a statement on what I just told you a few moments ago about this notch that we're watching right there in Randolph County, Alabama. Now the Weather Service, even though they're not issuing a warning on this, they've issued a special statement including Carroll County, Heard County, and portions of Coweta County, just letting everybody know, okay guys, we're watching this 40 to 50 mile an hour winds in association with this system moving in, but there is an increased risk for a potential tornado to develop out of this. Again, coming out of Randolph County, Alabama, about to cross the line over into West Georgia. So we're giving you advance notice here before a warning is actually issued of a potential rotation that could be developing there. And what I'm going to be doing, and I actually see this getting a little better organized right now, that little notch that we're seeing there. So there you see Wedowee, Alabama. The Weather Service with this special statement, let me pop that up one more time, 8 miles east of Wedowee. Okay, so yes, that corresponds with what I'm showing you here. There's Wedowee. That is that potential circulation, or that strongest part of the storm, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. As that moves up toward the north and to the east, that could impact Ephesus, could impact Roopville, maybe central Hatchie there, the northern part of Heard County, southern parts of Coweta, and southern parts of Carroll, and also we're keeping an eye on that if it moves into the northwestern parts of Coweta County. So that's the area that looks a little suspect right now. That would be moving into West Georgia in just a little while, but there is no warning on it just yet, but something that we continue to watch. Guys, hang with me for just a second. I'm going to be talking a lot, most likely overnight. You heard me cough there. Just get a little bit of water here. As this warning, severe thunderstorm warning, that is south of LaGrange near Auburn, that is where we had a tornado warning earlier in the Auburn area. That rotation does not look as impressive as it was earlier, but folks from LaGrange down toward Columbus, be on alert for that as it continues to move through too. I want to take you back to reflectivity. This is showing the very heavy rain that's moving through those areas. So I know I'm concentrating a lot on what is going on in Alabama. Randolph County is one of the counties here that we're responsible for in the Metro Atlanta television market. All right, so that's why I'm letting the folks over near Wedowee know about that. But as well, I want you in West Georgia to be aware of that. Carroll County, parts of Heard County, and Troup County to be aware as those storms are coming in. You're going to be first in line to see some of those that'll be moving through that area. I'm looking here to see if there are any. I'm kind of doing multiple feeds. Of course, all of you, when I'm looking at this camera, those are our streaming apps that we have, 11 Alive Plus, as well as going out on our website and YouTube. I also have a camera over here for some Facebook folks that I'm looking to see if anybody is asking any specific questions there. For those of you on Facebook, the experience is going to be a lot better if you'll watch this on our website or 11 Alive Plus, because these are that's the camera that I'm addressing more often. You guys are just kind of watching on Facebook here, just kind of keeping an eye on us as we're watching this move through. Let me put this back into motion here and widen out just a little bit. Again, we have a tornado watch that does include the metro Atlanta area southward. I'll break down those counties for you in just a second, but you can see those storms that we're watching moving through right now. Coming out of Alabama, moving into Georgia. This is the main event that we've been watching for these overnight hours, also into the early morning hours here on your Sunday morning is what we're watching now. It is Sunday morning now. I know my days are getting kind of mixed up here as I came in late last night and I'm staying with you overnight. We'll be here with you through the morning until this system moves through. Danielle Moss is also going to be here with me. Nicole Hartford and I kind of overlapped a little bit. She was leaving as I was coming in, so we had the weather center staff, the weather impact center staff all night long, as we are in a weather impact alert. So this is the main line that is moving through, pushing into West Georgia right now. I'm going to get a closer look at those storms in just a second and take a look at that potential rotation in just a minute. I want to show you, though, the tornado watch that we have here. This does include much of metro Atlanta. It goes down south of the city and includes central and also parts of South Georgia. But let me get in a little bit tighter here to those areas of metro Atlanta so you can see pretty much all of, okay, so let me just show you. We've got Haralson County, Polk County, Paulding County right here, Cobb County, North Fulton, Gwinnett. It goes down into areas of Walton County, Oconee County, over toward Oglethorpe and Greene County. That line southward is where we have the tornado watch. So it includes most of the metro counties, does not include Forsyth County, doesn't include Cherokee County, does not include Bartow County, but it's mainly those main metro counties southward included in this tornado watch, and this is going to be in effect until 9 o'clock in the morning. Now, they may start canceling areas of West Georgia once the line moves through. So a lot of West Georgia counties, you may not be in this watch until 9 o'clock, and even Metro Atlanta may not be in the watch until 9 o'clock. Once that main line moves through, they'll start canceling counties from the west to the east here. But as of right now, this tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock this morning. Here is another look at radar. All right, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning. That does include these areas of LaGrange, Heard County, also into Meriwether County. I'll put this up here for you right now, and you can see, okay, that includes the tornado watch. Let me take that out really quick. Sorry about that, guys. I'm going to take the tornado watch out really quick and redo this here. Tornado watch is in effect, we know that, but now I'm going to query this severe thunderstorm warning. So this includes Harris County, Meriwether County, Muskogee County, and Troup County. So this includes Columbus up toward Hamilton into LaGrange, as well as Meriwether County. So this is Meriwether right here. We have Harris right there. This is Troup, all right? So Troup and Meriwether are the counties that we're responsible for here in the metro area, or for the Atlanta viewing area. The Columbus TV market covers Columbus and also into Harris County. So we're mainly watching Troup County, as well as Meriwether County. Heard County is not included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see what the text says about this. The main threats that we're watching would be 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but they're also tagging this saying tornado possible because this storm has a history of tornado warnings from Montgomery up toward Auburn. So it's that tornado warning that I showed you earlier when we first started our coverage here. The tornado warning for Auburn was canceled, but as I mentioned here, we have to watch if any of that circulation could cycle back up. They could issue a tornado warning out of that. However, right now it is a severe thunderstorm warning, and they're just tagging it with the words tornado possible. So a couple of areas that we are watching with that potential rotation. And this rotation doesn't look that impressive there west of Langdale. So out of this severe thunderstorm warning right now, even though they're saying tornado possible, it doesn't look like that looks that impressive right now. But that rotation could be cycling down and it could cycle back up. And if so, we'll keep an eye on that. Now, here is that area that I'm really wanting to watch closely, crossing the line from Randolph County, Alabama, into Carroll County and also into Heard County. So here you see Roopville, that's the southern part of Carroll. There's Carrollton right here. And then Central Hatchie, that is into Heard County. And where you see Texas, Georgia, that's a city there. That is also Heard County too. This is the area that we're watching that's just showing a little bit of a notch. Again, not a closed rotation, not a real classic rotation there, but it is just a signature that we are watching closely here on radar, where we have the potential for a little bit of rotation to develop. Again, no warning. I'm just giving you advanced warning based on what we're seeing on radar for that potential for a couple of these storms with that potential rotation that could trigger a tornado warning. But again, no warning. We don't really have a severe thunderstorm warning on this yet coming out of Alabama into West Georgia. But we do have this severe thunderstorm warning that includes Harris, Meriwether, Talbot, and Troup County. That is going to be on until 3:15 this morning. All right. Okay, now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back to reflectivity here. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect here for, and I will put let me make sure the tornado watch is not in there. I'll put the counties on here. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Carroll, Douglas, Fulton, and Heard County. This is in effect until 3:15. All right, let me put that on there again, and I can move this for you right up here. Okay, hold on just a second. I'll put it up here for you. Again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. However, what we are watching with this warning is a potential for some rotation. Let me see what the text says out of this from the National Weather Service. The main threat with this right now, this cell coming out of Randolph County, Alabama into West Georgia, is 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, frequent cloud to ground lightning, and heavy rain. This is radar indicated. It also is, well, they're not saying tornado possible with this now. It is just a regular severe thunderstorm warning, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds with this, cloud to ground lightning and heavy rain. It is moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So that is moving very quickly. It includes a very small part of southern parts of Fulton County right here. It's including the northern parts of Coweta County. That heavy rain is well into Heard County right now, the southern parts of Carroll County, but this is the strongest part that you see right here around Central Hatchie. Now, I know you folks on Facebook, when you're seeing me referencing things, I'm not pointing directly at them on your map. Again, your better experience on Facebook Live will be watching on our website or on 11 Alive Plus. Right now, you're just kind of off to the side as I'm mainly talking with our folks on our streaming apps right now. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Carroll County, Douglas County, Southwest Fulton County, also Heard County until 3:45 this morning. Let's go back to velocity. I just want to keep an eye. Okay, so again, we've been keeping an eye on this little area right here, potential rotation that could develop out of that. But as of right now, it's not getting stronger as far as the rotation part with it. So that's why we don't have a tornado warning. We will break in on air if these severe thunderstorm warnings get more intense or more active, as well as we will keep an eye on what we're watching with these storms coming in, if any tornado warnings are issued with that too. I'm going to step away here for just a second. Y'all keep looking there at the maps as we are keeping an eye on that storm that is coming out of those areas of Alabama into West Georgia, where we have that new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued there for those spots to the west of us. And again, we're keeping an eye on this because that line is also going to be moving into the metro area within the next hour or so with those stronger storms that continue to roll through. I want to show you this as well. Go back to, remember what I showed you in Rome just a few minutes ago? You can kind of see that map. I'm going to show it to you bigger here. Remember just a few moments ago, we were looking at Rome, and I even had to look to see if it was a still frame because the flag was barely moving. I did confirm that the flag was moving, but not a lot. And I said I was expecting these flags to really start whipping up soon as that line of showers and storms was about to move in. And here is what we see right now in Floyd County up in Rome as that line of storms is moving through northwest Georgia. You can see the heavy rain that's coming down. You can also see the wind that is really whipping up out there coming through. We have a new special statement for, okay, herd troop. Still monitoring that storm that I already told you about. They were just kind of updating a statement here. But again, this is Rome. I also want to show you Coweta County down near Noonan. This is our live camera in Noonan. We aren't seeing any heavy rain coming into Noonan right now. The flags that you can see right there in the downtown area are starting to whip up just a little bit more. Ginger just asking about Noonan. I'm showing that right now here. These storms are going to be moving into the Noonan area in just a little bit with some heavy rain. We'll watch those strong winds with that too. But so I'm going to check back on Noonan in just a little bit, and I'm sure this camera is going to be showing a lot more activity in just a few minutes. Back to live radar though. These are those areas that we are watching. Let me take off that tornado watch real quick. We do have the tornado watch that is in effect until 9 o'clock this morning as this line of storms moves through. As of right now, these are the two active warnings that we're watching. The one in Carroll County, Heard County, northern Coweta, parts of southern Douglas, as well as southern and southwestern parts of South Fulton County. And then this warning that we have right here that is in effect for parts of Heard County, southern Coweta, Meriwether County, and into Troup County. That is going to be in effect. Both of these are in effect until just after 4 o'clock this morning. Within that line coming in from Alabama, we have been watching some areas of rotation, especially the one that's coming in closer to LaGrange earlier in southern Montgomery, just south of Montgomery and east of Montgomery. We had a tornado warning with that extended up into Auburn, Alabama. That warning, the tornado warning that included Auburn, Alabama, did expire earlier. But part of that system is still moving into West Georgia right now with that line of strong storms. So this is the main event that we have been talking about. If you were watching Melissa on Friday, Danielle and Nicole during the day on Saturday. In fact, we issued the weather impact alert on Friday for this cell, this line that's moving in for your Sunday morning. So this is the main event that's coming from Alabama into western Georgia right now, and this will be approaching the metro area. As of right now, 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings. We have the one south and west of Atlanta right now, this one right here. That does include those areas, and I'll pop this warning up again for you so you can see here, Carroll, Douglas, Fulton, and Heard. I keep looking to see, okay, if we're getting any new statements out of this really quick. Yeah, nothing really new with that right now. But again, severe thunderstorm warning, Carroll, Douglas, Fulton, and Hurd. And a very small part of Douglas County is included in this warning. It'll be in effect until 3:45. And then I will move us down to this other one. This is the one that includes, I will put this one up for you. This includes Harris, Meriwether, Muskogee, and Troop. Again, parts of Columbus up toward LaGrange. That's going to be in effect until 4:15 with those storms that are coming out of Alabama. Again, this one, the storm that's coming in, does have a history of producing rotation, but right now that has weakened. That's why this is a severe thunderstorm warning. So those are the main warnings that we are watching out there right now. No tornado warnings issued. If there are any tornado warnings issued, we'll break into coverage on television for these overnight hours to let people know what's happening if any tornado warnings are issued. Right now, severe thunderstorms issued, watching a couple of areas of potential rotation that we need to keep an eye on with it. Let's go back to velocity right now. Okay, so this is the part here in southern Carroll County. All right, this is not a hook echo. This is not a tornado, a TVS, tornado vortex signature, but this is just something that we watch as meteorologists, this little notch here where we're seeing just the differences in the winds coming in within that severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll, Coweta, Douglas, and Hurd, and parts of southern Douglas County. Just keeping an eye on that to see if that actually ramps up anymore. Let me put my storm tracks on here too. So this is also indicating early rotation that we're watching. Again, not a tornado warning, not a tornado, but just our radar and the things that we have on our radar, the tools that we have here on our radar help us to kind of keep an eye on some of those storms. And that is indicating what I've been saying all along, this little bit, that little notch there that we have to keep an eye on to see if this gets any tighter and the potential that could develop a brief spin up. As of right now, it is not. Just the tools that we're using to keep an eye on. So I'm going to keep checking back on that. Let me go back to this one too. Those storms that were coming out of Alabama into West Georgia. I'm not really seeing anything alarming with that right now with our velocity mode. With those storms that are moving through there on the south side. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued in southwest Georgia with those storms coming from Eufaula near Dothan, all of that moving into the south of us. So what we're watching pushing closer to Atlanta, let me put this now into a 2-hour loop so you guys can see the progression of those storms that have been moving through. We had some heavier rain that came through Atlanta a little bit earlier. We've got some rain in Atlanta right now. This is in advance of the main event that's over in West Georgia right now with those stronger storms, heavy rain from Rome through Cedartown, down through Polk County, Haralson County, and into Carroll County, moving on down toward the LaGrange area, including Troop County and also Meriwether County, where we have those stronger storms moving in. This line is going to be moving into Atlanta within the next hour, hour and a half. So I want you to expect some heavy rain. We'll keep an eye on these storms as they're moving in. Now, if you've been watching us over the past few days, let me widen out here just a little bit more so you can get a look at the entire system that we're watching. It's been pretty active over in Alabama, especially on the south side around Montgomery. They had tornado warnings a little bit earlier, as well as these storms that we're continuing to watch on through. Danielle Moss is here with me. Danielle, I'm just on 11 Alive Plus right now. We're not breaking into 11 Alive unless tornado warnings are issued, but I'm just kind of wall to wall at 11 Alive Plus. I've got a Facebook Live going too. So I'm good right now, but Danielle's here to support me if anything else. And is the director here yet?
I don't know.
Okay, so I don't know right now, my mic is up, but we may have to wait for a director for the other mics to come on and stuff. So cool. So just wanted to, we're just kind of doing some housekeeping there behind the scenes. So that's that main area that we are watching there right now for these storms that are rolling through. So again, live on 11 Live Plus, all of our streaming apps, here on Facebook Live too, as we're watching the severe storms move through. I know it's unsettling for you to try to sleep and hearing these storms moving through during an overnight and early morning hours. That's why I'm here with you on our streaming apps as well as on Facebook Live, just so maybe it gives you a little more comfort in knowing that we're on top of this, we're watching it. And again, if any tornado warnings are issued, we will break in on 11 Alive on air as well. So right now, the main event coming into West Georgia with these heavier showers. Let's go back to our regular radar mode right there. And you can see that really heavy rain coming through Rome. Let's go back to that tower cam. So you can see in Rome, when I looked at it earlier, that's when we were having the heavy rain and strong winds. It looks like the rain has let up a little bit in Rome right now. You still see the raindrops on the lens. The wind is still whipping up there too. But really the heaviest of the rain has already moved through the downtown Rome area. Still some rain going through there. Here's a look at Coweta County. This is the area next in line, south and west of the city, where parts of Coweta County are in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So coming into Noonan, you can see the flag blowing there in front of the courthouse, whipping up a little bit more, the trees moving around a little bit more there as well in Noonan with that heavier rain that is about to push into Noonan in just a little bit. So I'm going to check back on this camera in just a few minutes, and we'll be able to see here whether or not any of those storms are turning severe. See that heavy rain as it moves in. Another look at Hartsfield-Jackson. The visibility there has gotten much better. We do not see any active weather delays right now. I'll move my head so you can see it says no weather delays. Again, some individual flights may have delays though. Busy holiday season, the volume there may be causing some delays, but we don't have any active weather delays. Visibility has gotten better at Hartsfield-Jackson throughout the morning. We did have some pretty thick fog earlier with visibility that was about a third of a mile earlier, so it looks a little bit better now. But again, these storms have not even pushed into Hartsfield-Jackson yet. And here again is another look at the tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock. It does include the metro area, really a few counties, a county or two north of I-20 southward are the counties that are included in this tornado watch that will be in effect until 9 o'clock this morning. Here is that northern fringe of that. Athens, Clark County is not included in this, but it does include many counties around there. Oconee County is in it. Barrow County is not. Jackson County is not. Hall County isn't. Forsyth County isn't. Cherokee County isn't. Bartow and Floyd County are not included in the tornado watch, but just the county tier below that is, those counties are included. So you see that from Polk County, also into areas of Paulding County, Cobb County, North Fulton, Gwinnett County, down toward Walton County, Oconee County, and then over toward Oglethorpe and Greene County. That line to the south is where we have this tornado watch that is in effect until 9 o'clock this morning. And I really don't think that all of these counties, especially in West Georgia, are going to remain in that watch until 9 o'clock. What's going to happen once this line of showers and storms moves through, the Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center will start taking some of those counties out of the watch once the main event moves on through. And I think for those of you in West Georgia, it's going to be well before 9 o'clock in the morning. And I don't even know that Metro Atlanta or the city of Atlanta will stay in that watch until 9 o'clock. They'll be, again, canceling some of those warnings as it moves on through. Here is another look. Let's get an update here on that particular cell that we've been watching coming out of Alabama, now prompting the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect, again, for these areas of Coweta County, Carroll County, Douglas County, Fulton County, Heard County, parts of Douglas County until 3:45. That warning, again, prompted from these storms moving through. I want to take you back to velocity mode so you can see, again, we've been watching some notches here along that line that had some potential developing rotation with it, but we're not seeing that grow any or get tighter. It's this area right here that actually looked a little more impressive coming out of Alabama and parts of Randolph County that kind of got our attention as it was moving through. But now, again, keeping an eye on that, but it's not really developing anymore. But we'll keep watching it, moving through Carroll, into the northern parts of Coweta here and into South Fulton County to see with any of these new scans if that looks any more impressive. And as of right now, it really doesn't. And then these down here with this other warning, this had a history of producing some rotation from Montgomery through Auburn, Alabama. We're not seeing anything that really sounds off any alarms right now with those storms pushing out of Alabama into parts of West Georgia. So active warnings right now, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that we're watching, including multiple counties south and west of the city. I just went over some of those counties a few moments ago. And then south of Columbus and into Alabama, additional storms producing more severe thunderstorm warnings. So really, the southern flank of this is a little more active here versus the northern part coming into areas west of Atlanta. But again, south and west of Atlanta, these are the spots that we're watching closely as that system moves in from Alabama. And it's now pretty much into West Georgia at this time, moving through with that heavy rain and a lot of thunder and lightning. I'm going to put this into live mode real quick and show you, if I can, without all of the warnings coming up here, the lightning data. It may, when I do this, it may show all of the, okay, 136 lightning strikes in that line, virtually I-20 southward there in parts of West Georgia and on the Alabama line. So a lot of thunder and lightning with this, a pretty active start to the morning for some folks with that line coming in. But again, no warnings north of I-20, even though numerous counties are included in the tornado watch. And then the warnings are down to the south of us. As of right now, they are severe thunderstorm warnings. We do not have any tornado warnings moving through right now, but this is the area that we have to watch as this line gets closer to Atlanta. The main things I want you to be aware of as this line moves in is that we're going to have some really heavy rain with it. Thunder and lightning, the potential for some winds that could be up to 55, 57 plus miles an hour. That would trigger any additional severe thunderstorm warnings. Also, any areas of rotation that could develop. Let me show you one of the things, kind of getting into a little bit of meteorology here. What we are watching are the temperatures, and I know that Nicole and Danielle on Saturday were talking a lot about the wedge, which is a shallow layer of cool air at the surface that comes in with a northeast flow. And a lot of this threat for any severe weather would be determined by whether or not this wedge was able to hold together to keep it cool and to keep us more stable, or if this southwesterly flow was going to be able to overtake that wedge and scour it out and actually warm up overnight. And they were telling you yesterday that they were expecting temperatures to warm up overnight, and that's what's happening right now. When I got in around 1 o'clock in the morning, we were in the 50s in Atlanta. Right now, it is 63. Peachtree City and LaGrange are 65. So this southwesterly flow here is now scouring out that wedge. If that wedge of cool air was able to hold on, then those storms coming in from Alabama would have fallen apart a lot more. Now, they are weaker coming in, but the warmer air is coming in with that too. So it's actually interesting to watch these temperatures that normally fall during the overnight hours actually warm up overnight. I'm going to show you the last 20 hours here. During the day yesterday, we were watching temperatures that were pretty much holding in the 50s just about all day long. It was just kind of a misty, foggy day, kind of a dreary day with those temperatures not really fluctuating that much at all, pretty much holding in the lower 50s. Again, with that easterly flow keeping us there steady and chilly and drizzly all day long. But then look what happened overnight as temperatures started rising. So that normally doesn't happen overnight. We usually see the temperatures fall. So that's just showing us that that wedge of cooler air that was anchored over us yesterday is getting scoured out right now with the southwesterly flow that's replacing that. That's bringing in the warmer air that is allowing some of these storms to hold together, that warm air kind of sustaining them thanks to this wedge that's breaking down. Right now, 63 in Atlanta. So we went from 55 at midnight. I got in at 1. It was 57. That's when Nicole and I tag teamed a little bit. She stayed here until I got here. Now I'm here. Danielle Moss is here with me. We're going to be teaming on this if we need to with any tornado warnings, if any tornado warnings are issued. But you can see those temperatures warming. So that is kind of just some meteorology as we're watching this, that this cooler air that's moving in. Hold on. My computer just went to screen grab here, or freeze frame. So I just needed to get that back up. So that's just an interesting thing that we're watching. Instead of that wedge holding strong and keeping us stable and keeping us cool, it's actually breaking. Warmer air coming in overnight. And through the next 12 hours, we're pretty much going to hold in those 60s overnight, seeing that main event impacting the metro area really between now and 8 or 9 in the morning, and then everything moves over to the east of us. And we'll actually see some sunshine breaking through, going into the late morning hours and into the afternoon. The sun starts breaking through with drier air coming in, and we'll see those temperatures pretty much holding there in the 60s for the afternoon hours, even with that sun breaking through. Latest again on radar that we're watching, again, severe thunderstorm warnings, a couple of those that we're watching south and west of the city. This severe thunderstorm warning, now they've taken out parts of western Carroll and western Heard County out of the severe thunderstorm warning, but it is still in effect for eastern Carroll County, northeastern parts of Heard County, northwestern Coweta, a little bit of southern Douglas County right here, as well as parts of Coweta and South Fulton, just a little sliver there of South Fulton still included in that severe thunderstorm warning right now as that line moves through. And while I'm here and zoomed in, I want to go back to velocity just to check. Again, nothing really raising any flags. We did have some notches here on velocity. What we look for is any kind of hook echo that's developing here. What we're seeing now between the red and the green is just the differences in the wind direction based on where the radar site is located. And what you can see sometimes is a little bit of notch or a hook that can be developing within that. We were seeing something that looked interesting back into Roanoke, Alabama and Randolph County, watching that, keeping an eye on it as it moved into West Georgia, but now it's not really showing any signs that really raise any flags right now. Let me put our storm tracks back up. Earlier, this was showing the potential for some early rotation. It's not even showing that right now with that cell. So that's good news with that, as well as this severe thunderstorm warning, including LaGrange, including a big part of Meriwether County. We're not really seeing anything that raises any red flags with that too, even though this storm through LaGrange, moving into Meriwether County, did prompt some tornado warnings back toward Montgomery, as well as into areas of Auburn, Alabama. But we're not seeing any of that rotation developing there right now either. I'll put this back into regular reflectivity mode. This is producing a lot of rain though, and we've got a lot of thunder and lightning. A couple people here just asked about Troup County as well as Heard County. I just talked about that. Again, there's that look at the heavy rain that's moving through LaGrange right now with thunder and lightning, as well as that heavy rain going into Pine Mountain. So for the rest of you in Meriwether County, be aware as that line moves in, as well as South Fulton County, northern Coweta County, as this area of very heavy rain is about to push into Whitesburg and about to move into Noonan. We're going to be checking on that Noonan tower cam here in just a little bit. No new updates from the National Weather Service. Let me see here. I'm looking at all of the feeds we have here. There are a couple of areas down south that we're watching more toward Talbot County. Again, out of our viewing area with a little bit of rotation that we'll keep an eye on down there, down near Talbotton. So that's what's coming out of Columbus. Let me just add, for my curiosity, yeah, that doesn't look that impressive either. Just a little notch that we're watching down there. But again, that's well to the south of us. We're mainly just watching these warnings south of I-20, including Carroll, parts of Heard, northern Coweta, South Fulton, and far southern Douglas County. And then this warning, severe thunderstorm warning, that includes Troup County around LaGrange and Meriwether County with that line of storms moving through. As of right now, though, it looks like it's mainly the strong winds that we're watching and the heavy rain. No tornado warnings in association with that right now. Okay, back to reflectivity. And I want to put this into motion because you can see all the lightning with that too. I want to get another query right here for lightning. Earlier we had about 130, now it's 142. So the lightning count has come up just a little bit. Not a lot, but yeah, that's a lot of lightning along that line of storms. Okay, so they are going to allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire for Carroll, Coweta, Douglas, Fulton, and Heard County. So you just saw that disappear there. 3:45 is the time that that was supposed to expire. You just saw that yellow polygon expire or disappear for Carroll, Coweta, Douglas, Fulton, and Heard County. So that is a good sign that they are not expanding that westward. Again, showing signs that it's a little weaker now than it was earlier when they issued the warning. It's not to say they're not going to issue another warning. We can see the intensity of the storm coming up again as it gets closer to Atlanta. But as of right now, they just let that warning expire for those areas of Carroll, Coweta, Douglas, Fulton, and Heard County. Still watching this one, including Meriwether County and also areas of Troup County, also Harris and Muskogee, that's down toward the Columbus viewing area. This one is going to be in effect until 4:15. As that moves through, hold on, I'm trying to move that for you. Let me put that back up and I'll move it out of the way. If it'll let me. There we go. So that again is until 4:15. So this is really the only active warning that we have going on right now, and it's in effect until 4:15 in the morning. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if it will hold together going into the rest of Coweta, maybe into Spalding, maybe into Pike and Lamar counties. We'll just have to wait and see if that's going to hold together continuing through those spots there. But the good news is the small areas of rotation that we were watching earlier with this line have not really increased. They have not gotten any tighter. They're not looking any more impressive right now. This is just a good general line of strong storms, some of them producing strong enough winds to prompt severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, the only warnings for our viewing area include near LaGrange and Troup County and much of Meriwether County and the far southern bit there of Coweta County, where we have this one warning that's in effect with all that heavy rain and thunder and lightning there on the south side. There again is that line as it was coming out of Alabama, moving through. Here is a closer look at the metro area. The red box that you see there, that's the tornado watch that does extend just north of Atlanta. I'll show you those specific counties in just a little bit. But for Atlanta, we've already had some rain move through. That was moderate to heavy. But the main event is still to our west over in Carroll County out I-20. So this still has to travel through Douglas County, South Fulton. It's knocking on the door of South Fulton right now, that heaviest rain, and through Coweta County, and then push through Atlanta. So the main event is on the way. If you're waking up in the metro area, maybe you are hearing thunder, especially there on the west side. We've got a lightning strike there in northwestern Cobb, also a couple of strikes in Coweta, some over in Carroll County. So you may be hearing some of those rumbles of thunder from a distance there, or maybe seeing lightning from a distance if you're in Atlanta looking over toward the west. But just know that we're going to see a little more lightning coming in. You might be hearing more of those rumbles of thunder as this line of showers and storms moves into Atlanta and into the perimeter there, with the heavy rain continuing to move on through. And those strongest storms are well to the south of us. The only warnings right now for the Atlanta viewing area are for Troup County and Meriwether County. Severe thunderstorm warning there. That system going through there is where we had history of tornado warnings back from Montgomery and into Auburn, Alabama. We're not seeing that same rotation anymore into West Georgia, and these are severe thunderstorm warnings and not any tornado warnings there. This warning they've just updated in that for Hurd, Troup, Meriwether, for Troup, Meriwether, Southern Coweta, and also those areas of Harris and Muskogee. They are still tagging it as tornado possible, but the main threats with that are winds of 40 to 50, 55 miles an hour plus in some spots. So again, something to watch there on the south side for any potential rotation that could develop out of that, coming from out of LaGrange into areas of Meriwether County. So again, just saying tornado possible, not saying that there is a tornado there, but just something that we have to watch due to the history of that system moving through with those storms there on the south side. And again, these storms over to the west of us that will be bearing down on the city of Atlanta. So the reason we're here with you on our streaming apps at 11 Alive Plus, as well as I believe we're on YouTube, as well as on our website. And the reason I'm with you here on Facebook Live, I've got you there on the side here, is because we just want to warn you in advance of anything happening. We know that it's disconcerting to try to sleep during the overnight hours and you hear the heavy rain, the thunder and lightning. You went to bed knowing that there was a threat for severe storms overnight and into the morning. So we're here just to give you the information that you are hungry for these overnight hours and to know whether or not you can go back to bed. I just saw someone ask on Facebook Live in Carrollton, is it safe to go back to bed? Hold on just a little bit longer. I think the worst of it is through you in Carrollton now, but I really think it'll be fine to go back to bed really within the next few minutes. I don't see any indications of in Carrollton of any types of tornado warnings to be issued. You still have some heavy rain and gusty winds there, but the worst of it is ending for you there in Carroll County. I want to show you something really interesting here that we talk about a lot sometimes when we see these lines of storms moving through. And I'm going to point this out behind me here, so I know on Facebook you won't be able to see it. But notice here, this is South Fulton County. We have a little bit of green, a little bit of yellow, a little bit of orange, and then it's red. That just goes to show from light rain to very heavy rain in a short amount of time, all right? It goes from hardly anything to really heavy rain. And that means within that line, we could also have some strong winds with that too, when it goes from green to red in just that little bit there. That's some really heavy rain coming in. And there would be some strong winds in association with that when you see that ramping up like that too. Here's another update on... Yeah, okay, that was the same thing that I just saw earlier. Still calling that one on the south as a TOR possible, but again, no tornado warning in association with that. But again, where we see that go from green to yellow to orange to red in just a very small little strip, that's going from hardly any rain at all to some really heavy rain. It's just like a wall of heavy rain coming through, and there will be some strong winds in association with that too. That's where we would have that strongest wind there along that line of storms as that continues to push in. About to move in to South Fulton, Noonan, right there, you can see that on 85, right down here. We've got Whitesburg, Noonan here at the bottom of your screen, getting closer to the bottom of the screen right there. That heavy rain is about to push into Noonan too. So let me take you back to our tower cam. I want to show you Noonan. Earlier we were watching. You can see the trees that are blowing here. There's the courthouse here. We've got the clouds. The flags there at the courthouse are also blowing. The wind is kicking up. But this is about to change drastically within really the next few minutes, where we're going to see some really heavy rain coming in quickly, and the winds are going to whip up a lot stronger there too. So I'm going to keep an eye on that as we get closer here. In fact, what I'm going to do I want y'all, so this is Rome here at the bottom of this camera. That is still showing some good rain coming through, but the winds are not as strong. Let me just do a little bit of housekeeping right here. I'm going to put Coweta County now, Noonan, in that one. It's about to change, I believe, right here. It should change below me there in just a second. Or maybe that's in, That should change there in just a minute, the Noonan camera. And I'll put Rome in channel 2. Okay. So that hopefully will change below us here in just a minute. Let me see, I might know why that's not changing. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Let me just check this really quick. And see if that will change below me here. Okay, there we go. There we go, it's Noonan, that's why. So I'm gonna, as we're talking here, I just wanted you to be able to kind of keep an eye on Noonan because we're gonna see that line moving through Noonan in just a little bit, and we're going to see these conditions on this camera changing drastically, really, within the next few minutes as these storms roll through with that very heavy rain. So here's Noonan right here on the map. So again, it's just showing a little bit of rain and the wind kicking up, but that is what is about to move into Noonan. It's already into the northwestern parts there of Coweta County. And so that's going to be closing in on Noonan in just a little bit. So we're going to see this camera changing here while I'm talking about other stuff, the conditions there that'll be changing very quickly. Okay, I'm seeing if there's any questions here on Facebook Live. I've got a couple of things going. Jennifer says, hearing first signs of thunder and rain in Noonan now, south and west of Noonan. Thank you for that. So you're confirming here on Facebook Live what we are seeing on our maps with those storms coming into western Coweta County, not over Noonan yet, but it will be coming into Noonan in just a little bit, and you'll be able to see that. So Jennifer, thanks for, Victoria says, I knew I wasn't going to be sleeping tonight. Shelley is asking about Pike County. So you have Pike and Lamar County right over here. No storms near you yet, but you've got to watch this stuff over into Meriwether County, over closer to Pine Mountain and Woodbury. Heavy rain moving through there. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Meriwether County and also into Troup County near LaGrange. It is possible that could be extended over toward Pike County, Upson County, and maybe Lamar County. So I want you to be aware as those storms are to the west of you, they may be coming in just a little bit. Windy, lightning, and raining in Hogansville. Thank you for that from Jessica. So a lot of people asking. So really what I want you to do is look at this. I'm going to put this into motion. A lot of people on Facebook Live are asking about their particular cities. Hopefully you know where you are on the map. Here's Atlanta. South of the city there, and also west of us and northwest is that line that's moving in. Right now, the main threats are heavy rain, thunder and lightning, winds of around 40 to 50 miles an hour. Those stronger winds, though, in this warning here on the south side where we've been watching a couple of spots with potential rotation developing there, but not any tight enough rotation or strong enough rotation to issue any severe thunderstorm warnings, or actually any tornado warnings. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings. This is our velocity mode. We look at this to see if we see any rotation. Nothing's really standing out, looking too alarming right now with rotation. It's mainly heavy rain and strong winds with these storms that are rolling through right now. And for those of you in Atlanta, in the metro area, this is knocking on the door. This line is moving into western Douglas County right now, Fulton County, South Fulton right here. Look at that. That storm is about to push into South Fulton. We have these in Coweta. So here's 85 south that goes through Noonan there in Coweta County. That strongest, heaviest rain is west of I-85. as that continues to move on through, about to push into South Fulton, western Douglas County. Those of you at Villa Rica, over near Douglasville, I just drove through there yesterday. I was visiting some relatives in Alabama yesterday, just drove through I-20 yesterday through all of those areas. You're about to get hit with that heavy rain. It's already the heaviest of the rain, has already moved through Bremen, has already moved through Carrollton. It's already moved through Central Hatchie. So we're still going to have rain on the backside of the system, but the strongest part of this storm has already cleared through Bremen, Carrollton, Central Hatchie, also up into the Rome area. That heaviest stuff has already moved through, but there's still some rain back behind that'll keep moving on in. You see that near Anniston, Sylacauga, Alabama, through those areas of Lineville, Alexander City. So yeah, there's still rain coming in, but it's not crazy strong rain, stormy conditions with wind. It's just general rain behind it. But that's that line moving through Douglasville right now, knocking on the door of South Fulton. So our conditions here in Atlanta, in the city, are going to be changing within the next hour with that heavy rain that's going to be pushing through our area and those strong winds moving through too. That strongest part of the system is well to the south of us. Well, I say well to the south, but southern Coweta County, Meriwether County, Troup County, where we still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. We're keeping an eye on that and our partners here with the National Weather Service to see if that warning is going to be expanded over to the east a little more to potentially include areas of Pike County as well as Upson County, Spalding County too. Let's check on this right now coming into western Douglas County.
You're talking about potential rotation there in Villa Rica.
Okay, that's what I was looking at. So this is what I want to look at here. Danielle Moss is also scanning all of these storms too. Near Villa Rica, and maybe to the east of that, near Winston actually, this is west of Douglasville, just keeping an eye on a couple little couplets there to see if that is something that could grow and expand into anything stronger. New scan just came in right here. That would be really just to the west of Brownsville, west of Lithia Springs, and northwest of Douglasville. This is an area that we're going to watch right here along south of Bob Hutton Road and there at Brownsville to see if this develops anymore. This is moving pretty quickly at about 60 to 65 miles an hour. Again, not anything to trigger a tornado warning, but these are just some of the TVS or any signatures. This isn't actually a tornado vortex signature right now, but just any signatures that we watch on radar for any potential rotation. And this is one that we want to keep an eye on. Right there, west of Brownsville, west of Foxword Drive, west of 92 that goes between Douglas and Brownsville. So Danielle and I are keeping an eye on that as it looks like that's starting to show some signs of looking a little more impressive. There is a little bit of rotation with it, not touching down right now. But for those of you in West Cobb, southern parts of Paulding County, northern Douglas County, this is now east of Villa Rica. We are just keeping an eye on that, south of Hiram, south of Powder Springs, really just to the west of Brownsville, west of Austell, north of Douglasville. Just keeping an eye on that. This is really just north of I-20. We'll watch this closely to see if the Weather Service is going to maybe issue any type of severe thunderstorm warning, or if they will need to issue a tornado warning out of that too. Danielle, if that is the number to the hub at the bottom, that if we have to go on air, okay. If you don't mind calling that, because my Facebook Live is on my phone. I mean, I could dump out of Facebook Live, but Yeah, and so we would call the hub directly and say, get us on immediately.
Okay.
So, and they might give you a little countdown or something.
Okay.
So, again, those of you watching online, you're seeing behind the scenes stuff here. Danielle and I having to do some housekeeping, but we want to be prepared. We will break into programming on 11 Alive if they issue a warning out of this, or we may even go on before they issue a warning if that couplet starts to look a little more impressive there. Right on the Paulding and Douglas County line between Douglas and Hiram. We're just keeping an eye on this. Seeing a little bit of rotation that we have to keep an eye on, but it doesn't. So you're not calling them yet, are you? Yeah, okay, go. That we would just watch in case that starts looking a little more impressive with any circulation that could be developing there. Let me put on.
There's a new severe thunderstorm warning.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, there we go. Danielle just mentioned here on the south side, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So they have extended this over to include more counties. The main threats that we're watching with this new warning, and this is including a lot of counties, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, as well as the potential that a tornado could develop at any time. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go back to this other reflectivity. So notice here what they've done with this warning, and not all of the counties are going to show up here. I'm going to have to read these for you because when I query this online, not all of the counties are even going to show up. But look at this large yellow polygon that goes just south of the city, down over 75, just to the west of Macon. Very large polygon, including numerous counties with a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect until, let me get the time frame on that, until 5 o'clock in the morning. All right, get ready for this long list now. Spalding County, Southern Fayette, Meriwether County, Pike County, Monroe County, Upson County, Butts County, Henry County, Crawford County, Southeastern Coweta, Southeastern Clayton, Talbot County, Taylor County, and Lamar County. So what they're doing is they're issuing numerous counties now to let everyone know in the path of this storm that you have some really heavy rain, you have the winds. Did y'all just see the lightning there in Coweta County? That just kind of flashed there on the screen, if you noticed that. We're about to see these conditions in Coweta County go down quickly as that line is about to push in to Noonan right now. The strong storms are already in western Coweta, but for our camera in Noonan, you're about to see it go from hardly any rain or light rain right now to really heavy rain that's going to be coming in at any time now there in Noonan. And now the rest of Coweta County is included in this severe, actually the southern parts of Coweta County included in this severe thunderstorm warning that extends up to Fayette, Clayton, Henry County, Butts County, just to the west of Macon. So numerous counties now included, and this is mainly for heavy rain, some strong winds, but they're also saying tornado possible at any time. We could see some rotation developing there. I want to go back to this cell that we were watching up in Paulding County and Douglas County. These are moving through very quickly. Let's go back to velocity mode. Still keeping an eye on that little part right there north of Brownsville. A little bit of rotation that we're seeing develop there. It is not enough of a rotation to trigger a tornado warning, but this is just a signature that we are watching here on radar to see if that couplet grows anymore to give us any potential for rotation that would trigger a tornado warning. So for those of you north of Brownsville, south of Hiram, near Powder Springs, Lithia Springs, and even over toward Mableton, really keep a close eye on this. I'm going to keep you posted on this, but I want you to be aware if you're watching there feeling a little uneasy about this line moving in, we need to watch this little bit right here that I'm talking about, where you see the pinks and yellows there, reds, greens right here. Here's a new scan. All right, so this is moving very quickly. So it would be this part right here that just crossed over 92 north of Burnt Hickory, near Hiram, Lithia Springs, and Powder Springs, Bill Caruth Parkway, This, again, not a tornado warning for it, but just some rotation that we are watching. We want to give you early warning on that just in case it grows there, getting closer to Powder Springs, potentially moving over into the western parts of Cobb County if the Weather Service were potentially going to issue a tornado warning there. We give you warnings as soon as we see them on radar, and then the Weather Service would give any official warnings for whether or not this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. So keeping a close eye on that. Here it all is in motion. Looking now at Coweta County. Let me put this camera back up full. I know you see it at the bottom of the screen. But here you see now in Coweta County, there in Noonan, the courthouse, the rain coming down, the wind is kicking up here. That rain is going to be getting heavier as that line is just about to push into Coweta County right here. You see those lightning strikes there with that? All right, so here is, okay, so I just showed you Noonan, the city of Noonan. It's pretty much moving in on top of them right now, that very heavy rain continuing to move on through. I also have a camera over at Atlanta Motor Speedway in Henry County. We'll keep a closer eye on that as those storms continue to move into that direction, as well as these storms that are about to move into Cobb County too. We'll keep an eye on some of our cameras there too as we monitor this line that continues to move on through. Again, Danielle Moss is here with me. She's also monitoring, keeping a close eye on all of these. Danielle has some great severe weather experience. You know, she's from Atlanta, but has great severe weather experience from working in Chattanooga, as well as in Memphis. She was chief meteorologist at our Tegna station in Memphis and was wall to wall for hours with numerous severe storms there. So she's very well versed in what we look for with these severe storms moving through. So she's monitoring that off to the side as well. And we'll both be on air if necessary, if any tornado warnings are issued out of this, and if we have to break in to 11 Live. But as of right now, we are on our streaming apps with you, 11 Live Plus, YouTube, on our website, 11alive.com. I'm also on Facebook Live over here on the side. I'm really addressing more of this camera here. I keep checking Facebook just to see if anybody has any specific questions here. Laura's in West Georgia saying that they're delaying going to work because they don't want to drive through all of these storms. No power. Gwendolyn says no power in Winston, Georgia. Thundering in Dallas. That's from Vicky. So you guys on Facebook are confirming what we're seeing on radar here. With this line that is bearing down, getting closer to the city of Atlanta. On that note, here's another look at the tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock. Now, that is the expiration time that when they issued this, that they're giving. But I really think that West Georgia is going to be taken out of this watch soon. I don't even think Atlanta will still be in this watch at 9 o'clock. I think that line will already be well through the Atlanta area by the time we get to 9 o'clock. I just saw that latest mesoscale discussion. That really didn't impact us, though, did it? Okay, good. A new, what we call a mesoscale discussion came out. Danielle is keeping an eye on that, but that's for mainly South Georgia.
There's also a report that there's a fire station in LaGrange that's on backup power. So
okay. A fire station in LaGrange is on backup power right now. Must be because of power outages that they're dealing with. And other power outages near Abbotsford area there in Heard County. Okay, we're getting a tornado warning just coming in right now. So if you'll call the hub and count me down when they're ready to go on the air. All right, so we have a brand new tornado warning. This is in effect for these areas here of Coweta County, Fayette, Meriwether, and Spalding County. All right, so they're going to get us on the air here for you guys on. Hold with me for just a second. We're about to break into programming on 11 Alive.
ATO and XIN, yes.
Stand by, guys. We're about to break in on TV as well.
Yes, it is PCR2. Correct?
CR2, yeah.
CR2, yes. Yes, sir, ready right now.
Just tell them to count me down.
Can you give us a countdown, please? Yes, we're 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good Sunday morning. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. We are tracking strong storms that are moving through our area right now. One of those producing a tornado warning for areas of Coweta County, Fayette County, Meriwether County, and also Spalding County. It does not include all of those. It's western Spalding, southern Fayette, northeastern Meriwether, and southeastern Coweta. It doesn't include the entire counties, but it's the specific spots. Again, western Spalding, southern Fayette, northeastern Meriwether, and southeastern Coweta County. This is going to be in effect until 4:45 this morning. We have radar indicating a potential tornado here that is over Wooster, which is 7 miles northeast of Greenville. That would be in Meriwether County, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Radar is indicating a tornado there. Again, not a confirmed tornado, but radar indicated rotation with that cell, which is near Harrelson right now, moving through. I want to put this into velocity mode. You'll be able to see this area that we are watching here with that potential tornado. So what we see here are these areas here. Now, we mentioned it was near, not too far off from Greenville. All right, so here's Harrelson. Here's Rocky Mount. There is Alps. All right, so those are the areas that we're watching right now where we see that potential rotation that is moving through 7 miles northeast of Greenville, which is over in this area here. All right, so this is, I'm just kind of showing you Greenville because this is the locator that they gave us. This is Greenville in Meriwether County, north and east of Greenville. This is the part right here, really just north of Gay. Also, another little area that we're watching right there near Highway 27 where we have the potential rotations. But this is the area that we're watching where the National Weather Service is issuing this tornado warning in effect until 4:45. I know it's showing 4 counties there. It's not all of those counties. It's just mainly in this red polygon that touches numerous counties here. Again, mainly in effect for areas of northeastern Meriwether County, western Spalding County, southern Fayette, and southeastern Coweta County. That is because of this rotation just north of Gay, as well as an area that we're watching south of Luthersville. That is going to be getting closer to Harrelson and closer to Sonoya. You are included in this tornado warning, and it goes into the southern parts of Fayette County. So I want to show you there the county lines. This is Meriwether County here, so it's the northern parts of Meriwether County. Here is Coweta County, the southern parts of Coweta. Noonan, you're not included in that warning right now. It's the southeastern parts of Coweta. It goes into southern parts of Fayette and also a small area of Spalding County right here. This is all to the west of Griffin. But in this polygon, Sonoya is included in this and Gay, Georgia is included in that. That is the area that we're watching this potential rotation that is moving very quickly to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. We have been online for numerous hours here on our streaming apps, keeping people posted online as well as on Facebook Live as these storms have been developing. Now I know that many of you in these counties south of the city maybe were alerted by your phone of a weather alert coming on. You may be flipping around on TV stations to find out what's going on. We're here with you to let you know about this tornado warning that includes multiple counties on the south side for those areas of rotation that we're watching really between Harrelson and Gay, Georgia. This is in the northern parts of those areas of Meriwether County. We have 2 circulations. That's what I just pointed out. The Weather Service is confirming that. These 2 potential areas of circulation we're watching, one southeast of Luthersville, the other southwest of Alvaton, okay? So these are the 2 that we're watching. Here, there's Harrelson. This is south of Harrelson, just north of Gay, and right there, south and west. 2 potential areas of rotation that we are watching right now, moving quickly up toward the north and also to the east. So this one is the one that looks a little more impressive here near Carmel, This is south of Blanton's Mill. So you see Blanton's Mill, there's Kings Bridge Road. Here is Haralson right here. Not Haralson County, but the city of Haralson. All right, this is all in the northern parts of Meriwether County. We have two areas of potential rotation that we're watching. This one near Carmel, and then another one here just north of Rocky Mount. These are both moving quickly up toward the north and the east at about 55 miles an hour. We do not have any confirmation of any debris or debris signatures out of this right now. As of right now, these are radar indicated areas of rotation that look strong enough based on what we're seeing on radar imagery that we could see a tornado developing out of this. And the National Weather Service has issued now this tornado warning. We've been watching these areas for a while now to give you advance warning of these storms. Now we have an active tornado warning in effect that includes, or it touches multiple counties here. So there you see the red polygon that we're watching. Now within that, we also have severe thunderstorm warning that includes numerous counties in this yellow polygon in advance of these storms that are moving through. But right now, the main focus is on this tornado warning. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so you can see where this is in relation to Atlanta. Here's the city of Atlanta. This is to the south of us right now. Down 85 south and east of 85 is where we see this warning in effect. That includes parts of southeastern Coweta, northern Meriwether, also into western Spalding County, southern parts of Fayette County, where we have this severe actually a tornado warning that is in effect that will be expiring here at 4:45. So right now it is 4:20. So this is going to be in effect for a little while as we're tracking these storms moving through. Never fun to have a tornado warning at any time, but especially in those overnight hours where it is dark. We can't see anything visually, most likely a lot of times, with any tornado warnings, with any actual tornado sightings there. This is radar indicated. We do not have any debris signatures out of this yet or any radar confirmation of a actual tornado touching down, but two areas of rotation that we're watching in northern Meriwether County that are about to move into southern areas of Coweta, as well as western Spalding County, where we're watching those particular areas of rotation that are moving through. I'm going to get in really tight to both of these. So those are the areas that we're watching there along Carmel. Here's Hollandville. Hollandville is not, you're just outside of this warning polygon. Blanton's Mill is included in that. Haralson, not the county, but the city of Haralson is included in this. Rocky Mount, you're included in that warning, although we have this circulation as well as this one around Carmel, where we have two areas of rotation that we're watching. The one around Carmel looks a little more impressive. This one, south and west of Haralson, still the potential for some rotation there, but it doesn't look as impressive as it did just a little bit earlier here. So the one around Carmel is the one that we're really keeping an eye on there as it moves up toward the north and east very quickly at about 50 miles an hour. You can see that scan just coming through right now. I want you, if you are in this red polygon, those counties that I showed it there, where it has this potential rotation right there along the county line between Coweta and Fayette is where we're going to be watching this rotation potentially moving through in just a little bit. So I'm going to get closer so you can see some of these cities in Digby, all right, Blanton's Mill, Hollandville Road. I want you to be aware as this is moving up into your direction. This is Highway 16, not Interstate 16, but Highway 16. Here is Brooks, Georgia, up here. Again, watching these as they're moving through. They just updated the warning. Let me get that.
Meriwether County.
Okay, so Meriwether County is now taken out of this, even though that circulation still is over the northern parts of Meriwether. But Meriwether County no longer in this warning, but southern Coweta, southern Fayette, and western Spalding County are still included in this warning until 4:45. So they just took out Meriwether County, even though we're seeing that rotation kind of moving out of that, moving right along the county line between Coweta and Fayette. Right along the county line there, arriving within the next 5 to 10 minutes there along that county line. So that is the trajectory, the path that we're expecting this storm to take. As it's, okay, now I'm seeing that rotation now pretty much exiting Meriwether County. Still, Danielle's off to the side here. Her mic is not on yet, but still kind of seeing those 2-ish areas of rotation that we're watching right here. This is the main part right here coming out of Meriwether County into southern Coweta and into Fayette. So that's going to be moving right up the county line that you see right here. If you're in Digby, really if you're in this red polygon, all of you need to take your tornado safe positions. I want you to go into the lowest floor of your home, get into a more central location of your house, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Wait this out before as it goes through to make sure you're keeping you and your family safe there. If you're in Digby right now, this is going to be moving into your area very quickly, crossing over Hollandville Road, about to move over Highway 16. This is pretty much to the east of Harrelson now and to the east of Highway 74. So if you're in Harrelson, yes, you're still included in this polygon, but really this main rotation we're watching is this area right here there as it's exiting the county line there from Meriwether County over toward McGuire Road, Line Creek. That new scan right there takes this into the southern parts of Coweta County. Again, getting closer to Digby. I'm going to get in tighter to get some of these roads here. They'll show up here as I'm zooming in tighter. So here's Hollandville Road. All right. We have Mockingbird Lane here, Line Creek Road, Gray Girls Road. This is where we see that main circulation right now that's moving up toward the north and east. Digby, be in your tornado safe positions near Hollandville Road, Tri-County Road, Highway 16 right here, Fairview Road here. This is that area of potential rotation that we're watching. If it is still elevated and maybe not touching down right now, we don't have any confirmation of a tornadic debris signature out of this, but this is rotation now where radar is indicating a potential tornado that is moving through. So those of you near Digby, also near Brooks, Georgia, I want you to be aware as this system is going to be moving into your direction, be in your tornado safe position. You can see the entire red polygon right here. I want to break this down a little bit more for you. Meriwether County no longer included in this warning, but it does include the far eastern parts of Coweta, southern parts of Fayette right here, including Sonoya, including Woolsey. So again, this is the southern parts of Fayette right here, and also the northern portions of Spalding County, or the far western parts of Spalding County. So here's Hampton, Atlanta Motor Speedway there. You're not included in this red polygon, but we're going to watch this to see if it holds together, moving quickly up toward the north and east to see if Henry County or any part of Clayton County will need to be included in that as well. Okay, so some good signs that what happens a lot of times with these storms, especially in this environment, so we're talking about December. Normally you think about severe weather season being in the spring, and that is the most active time, but really we can get tornadoes in metro Atlanta and the southeast really at any time of the year. And we have had tornadoes before at the end of December, beginning of January. This is the time. It's not necessarily rare to have tornadoes at this time, but in this type of environment that we are in right now, again, not a spring-like system here, we can see these tornadoes or the signatures ramp up and show signs of tornadoes with that, and then they can weaken quickly. The Weather Service is saying that based on what they're seeing, this is kind of weakening a little bit, and they're watching the next few scans coming in, and they may cancel this warning. But I don't want to let your guard down yet because this could ramp back up. We're also watching another scan that we were talking about earlier in southern in parts of Fulton County and Douglas County, keeping an eye on this coming into Cobb County. North of I-20 there, near Pebblebrook Estates. Again, that's not a classic rotation signature that we're watching right now, but again, just something to keep an eye on. All right. Okay, so what they just did, they just canceled the tornado warning. Again, that was a quick, if it was an actual tornado, it was a quick, brief spin up, which is what happens sometimes with this environment that we're in right now with these December severe weather systems that could come through. We're having temperatures warming overnight. Instead of getting colder, they're getting warmer overnight. And so this area of rotation that we were watching in Coweta, Fayette, and Spalding County has now weakened. Tornado threat is diminished. The tornado warning has been canceled. However, damaging winds remain likely and a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for that area. So I'm going to hang with you on air on 11 Alive for just a little bit longer here. They did cancel the tornado warning, but I want you to know we still have severe storms. Let me put radar back up here. Severe storms that are moving through on the south side, and then really strong storms here on the north side, excuse me, on the north side as well. And it's touching the west side of the perimeter with this really heavy rain. So I'm going to stay on TV here for just a little bit longer as the main area of rain continues to move through. And I just don't want to go off air and then come back on in a few minutes if another warning is issued. So we're going to hang with you on air for just a little while longer here, just to make sure no additional warnings are issued. This line is bearing down on the city right now with that really heavy rain. On the side here, where I'm watching Facebook Live, I'm getting some comments in from people asking a lot of questions. What happens is a lot of times when these tornado warnings happen overnight, many people's phones go off with the weather alert, weather emergency alerts that are there, and then they turn on the TV looking for to find out what's happening. And I think that's what's going on here in this situation. We have been on for a few hours, for the overnight hours on all of our streaming apps, just kind of tracking this move through and then breaking into 11 Alive on air as the tornado warning was issued. The good news is on the south side, the tornado warning that was issued for Coweta, Fayette, Spalding, and Meriwether County, they canceled it for Meriwether County as the area of rotation moved out, but now they just canceled it for Coweta, Fayette, and Spalding as that area of rotation weakened quickly. You hear us often talk about a brief spin-up tornado could occur. That's exactly what this was, if it was even a confirmed tornado. It was brief spin-up rotation that cycled back down. But I want to stay on with you for a little bit longer, just in case that one cycles back up, going into Spalding County, moving into Henry County, where we have numerous counties that are here in this severe thunderstorm warning. I want you to look at this yellow polygon right here. This is including numerous counties. The Weather Service issuing this for numerous counties because all of this that you see here on the south side has potential of being severe with winds 55 miles an hour or greater, with heavy rain. Within that line, we have seen some individual areas of rotation that have been developing. So we've been keeping an eye on those. That's why I'm staying on air. Even though the tornado warning has been canceled, I'm staying on air a little bit longer with you here so you can see that line moving through. Look at all these counties. So you can see the line here that is in southern Fayette, moving into Spalding. It is over these areas of Pike County, moving into Lamar County, Upson County. You've got the very heavy rain and thunder and lightning there, but it's going to be moving into the rest of Fayette, southern Clayton, moving into Henry County, moving into Butts County, moving into Monroe County, moving into Taylor County. So those storms are going to be strong here pushing through. That's why the Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning for those numerous counties on the south side. Did you just see the lightning flashing here? This is our camera in Noonan there in Coweta County, where we have been watching very heavy rain that has been moving through those areas of Coweta County, and we've got a lot of lightning in association with that too. The strongest part of the system has pretty much already cleared through Noonan, but you can see this, and actually what I'm watching right here, this from Peachtree City over toward Rover, getting into parts of Spalding County. As this bows out a little bit, that's indicating along that line where we have some really strong winds with that. Now, it's not going to last a long time, and the heavy rain isn't going to last a long time, too. This is going to move through pretty quickly here, but as it's over you, it will be really heavy rain and really strong winds, and that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Here you see, okay, on the west side of Atlanta, there's that main area that's coming in right now. Again, we don't have any warnings in association with this right now. I want to show you a couple of things with this on our reflectivity mode before I take you to velocity. All right, as this is about to bear down on the city here, it is on the west side of the perimeter. What often happens here, and again, looking at potential signatures within radar. Again, this is our reflectivity mode that shows the red indicating the heavy rain, the green showing the light rain. When you see this go from green to a thin bit of yellow, orange, and then red, look at that, just in a very thin strip there, it goes from no rain at all to really heavy rain, all right? That's the leading edge. It's almost like a wall of water, a wall of heavy rain pushing in on the west side right now, on the west side of the perimeter, that's about to move into Atlanta. So when you see the green, yellow, orange, and red just in that thin strip, it goes from no rain to heavy rain immediately. Also, that's indicating some strong winds are possible within that too. When you go from no rain to very heavy rain, there's going to be some wind in association with that. So there's the new scan coming in right now. This will be bearing down on the city of Atlanta here very quickly. Let me show you a couple of our tower cams. Here again is our tower cam. That is in Coweta County. Let me kind of change some of these around a little bit. I want to show you the city of Atlanta behind me, where, again, this is at Georgia Tech, looking down on the downtown and midtown area. Right now, you're seeing clouds, you're seeing some fog, not a lot of rain. This is about to change drastically within the next few minutes, and I'm going to take you back to that in just a second. Let's compare that to our, okay, this is going to be maybe harder to see. This is our tower cam at Truist. Okay, I'm going to widen out on this. Okay, it's really shaky here because we're zoomed in tight to the Atlanta Braves sign because that's all that we could see a little bit earlier. But the camera is shaking because of the strong winds. Let me zoom out of this a little bit more and you'll be able to see here. Again, it's dark. It's kind of hard to see a lot of that rain, but you can see the heavy rain that is hitting the lens there at Truist Park with our tower cam there. This is at 285 and 75. So the camera was shaking with the strong winds that we're seeing there. Compare that again to this view here, that heavy rain. So this is the camera that I was showing you here just a moment ago, right there, the heavy rain there at Truist Park. Here's that line. So I was showing you the Georgia Tech camera right here in Atlanta, where nothing's really going on right now. But look at that, just over to the west, a few blocks really away, we will be seeing that camera that will be shaking big time here in just a moment. In fact, I'm going to put that into our other camera here so you can see. We're going to keep an eye on the Atlanta camera right here to the south of us here. And you'll be able to see that change here in just a moment. So right now, we have clouds. You see a little bit of rain there on the lens. I'm going to leave this in this spot so as we continue our coverage, you can see how the conditions are going to change here drastically within the next few minutes here with that heavy rain that is about to bear down on the city of Atlanta as this line is moving in. So that is the line moving through from the west side of the perimeter. It's over Sandy Springs, over Union City, and this is all about to close in on the city. The other thing I want to show you, this right here, that is the airport, Hartsfield-Jackson, all right? This line is just to the west of Hartsfield-Jackson. It is about to move in over Hartsfield in just a moment. Danielle, do you have anything new there?
No.
Okay, Danielle is here with me, Danielle Moss. We're both working this together. keeping an eye on these storms as well as new information coming in. This is Hartsfield-Jackson. Conditions there are about to change drastically. We are showing right now no active weather delays at Hartsfield-Jackson, but again, the volume is very heavy for this holiday season. You may have your individual flight could be delayed because of volume that we're dealing with some of those flights, but no active weather delays. This may change in a moment as we're about to see these conditions at Hartsfield-Jackson deteriorate very quickly. We've got raindrops on the lens right now, but that is all about to change with this heavy rain and strong winds about to bear down on Hartsfield, and then we'll be able to know pretty soon whether or not that is going to be triggering any weather delays or any ground stops there as this line moves through. In fact, let me check on that with another source.
I can pull up FlightAware.
Just to make sure here that we don't have a ground stop in Atlanta. The only ground stop I've seen, I believe, is Las Vegas. So we'll be keeping an eye on that too, because I really think conditions are going to be changing quickly. So here's an update on the severe thunderstorm warning on the south side. Again, for those of you on 11 Alive, we're still on 11 Alive, right, Danielle?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not going off yet. I want to make sure before we go off air on 11 Alive that we do not get any additional warnings. We've been watching a couple of spots of potential rotation that did trigger a tornado warning earlier here on the south side. And again, nothing else really looking too suspect right now, but just really heavy rain moving through and a lot of strong winds with that. And just in case any additional rotation starts to develop, we will, of course, that's why we're staying online. I don't want to go off air and then come back on with any of those potential rotations that we're kind of keeping an eye on. Update on this severe thunderstorm warning. The Weather Service has dropped a lot of counties over to the west of that main line. Coweta County, you're no longer in the warning. Meriwether County is no longer in the warning. Let's see, down these areas down to the south, as you get out of our viewing area, those counties to the west of that line, no longer in the warning, but we still have parts of Fayette County, Clayton County, Henry County, Spalding County, parts of Pike and Lamar County, parts of Upson County, Butts County. You are still in this severe thunderstorm warning. As this line is moving in, we're seeing this bowing out just a little bit, another indicator of some really strong winds with that line there on the south side. But the good news is numerous counties have been taken out of the severe thunderstorm warning. Coweta, Meriwether, and Talbot. However, Butts, Clayton, Crawford, Fayette, Henry, Lamar, Monroe, Pike, Spalding, Taylor, and Upson counties are still in that warning until that expiration time. I'm going to check on that here really quick. Again, not all the counties are showing up, but that is going to expire at 5 o'clock this morning. With those storms there on the south side with this severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect. On the north side, we do not have any active warnings right now, but we do have that heavy rain moving over us right now. Also keeping an eye on, we were watching a little couplet, a couple of them to keep an eye on. There's one right at Sandy Springs, that on the north side there. Just a couple of, now, again, what you're doing with us now on 11 Alive, we're watching this, alerting you of any warnings, but we also want to just show you what we're seeing on radar. A couple of areas, this at Sandy Springs, just looking interesting, not strong enough to trigger a tornado warning, but just maybe some weak rotation that is developing there right at Sandy Springs on 400, as well as up to the north in North Fulton County, a little bit that we're watching there, north and west of Roswell. Again, nothing to alarm you, but we're just letting you know what we're watching with the development of any additional rotations within this. This is why we're not going off the air yet, even though there aren't any active tornado warnings right now. We're watching a couple of areas, and what happens a lot of times in this environment that we are in, you hear us many times saying the potential for brief spin-ups, and that's what has triggered a couple of the warnings so far. So I'm going to keep an eye on a couple of these for you out there right now. I'm going to change this to our Sandy Springs camera right now. And hold on just a second. It'll take me just a second to get that going here. because I want to take a look at that Sandy Springs camera to see if, I know it's dark out there, but we might be able to see a little bit of something there at Northside Hospital as we are scanning what is going on out there right now. So here's a look, and this will change behind me in just a moment. Okay, there's really not a lot to see at Northside Hospital due to all that heavy rain. Let me scan this camera just a little bit. Again, I know we're on live right now, but I want to scan this camera just a little bit there at Northside. It's hard to see because of the very heavy rain. Visibility is reduced. Wow, that is really heavy rain coming through there right now. And it's dark. Let me zoom in just a little bit tighter, just at least so you can see this parking lot there at Northside Hospital. And the camera is shaking with all the wind. You're going to see that kind of moving here behind me. So this is the only visibility that we really have of anything from our Northside tower cam. And we're zoomed in kind of tight, but this is the parking lot. Look at these waves and sheets of rain that are moving through that area right now. This is one of the parking decks there at Northside, looking over closer to St. Joseph's. Really heavy rain, strong winds with that. That is the same area that we're watching here. So you can see the camera shaking due to those really strong winds that are rolling through the north end of the perimeter, right there at Sandy Springs, this entire line extending through the city of Atlanta. But I specifically wanted to look at this camera because of those signatures that we were watching there. I'm going to widen out just a little bit. And let me scan this camera. Okay, so there you can see the relationship between that parking deck. So there is the tower there that you can barely see. So here you can see the Northside sign right there. But this is that area north of the city, the flag there on top of Northside Hospital blowing pretty strong. This is what we've been watching here on the north side. All right, did you see that? I don't know. So on this camera, this is our camera here in Midtown, right there at Georgia Tech. You saw the lightning flash on the camera. I don't know if you could hear the thunder that sounded at the same time here over our building. But right when I saw that lightning flash, we also had thunder here. So that's just the indicator of what we're watching live here on these tower cams. So there at Northside, again, the wind has calmed a little bit. So it was really intense over Northside Hospital and there at 285 and Georgia 400 as this moved through here. And the reason I was zooming into our tower cam is because we were seeing just an interesting couplet here on radar right there at Sandy Springs. Now that's moving there to the northeast side of the perimeter. All right. And again, nothing triggering, nothing strong enough to trigger any type of tornado warnings right now, but we are just sharing with you. There's another bit of thunder. There you see the lightning right there, a little bit delayed there on our camera. But north of Roswell, another area of potential rotation that we're watching. Again, not anything to alarm you, but just these are the signatures that we're watching with these storms. And the reason we are staying on beyond the tornado warnings that have been issued. The tornado warnings have expired, but I just don't want to go off the air and then come back on if any new warnings are issued. I'm not saying that that is definitely going to happen, but that's just what we see a lot of times within this type of environment here with these December type storms, where we could see rotation cycling, where it'll ramp up a little bit and then go down and then ramp back up. So that's why we're staying on air with you, just to make sure no additional tornado warnings are issued with this line of strong storms moving through. Right now, the main area of strongest storms that we have on the south side, again, nothing looking particularly alarming here. We'll keep an eye on this little part the southern, so here's Jackson, Georgia, right here. This is Butts County. Here down to the south, here's Spalding County. And then you have Lamar County right here. Just kind of watching in this area, any potential for any rotation to develop maybe right here. And this is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And in part of that warning, they have been saying tornado possible. So are you seeing anything new out of that, Danielle?
No, I'm not. The National Weather Service, they just said that there was a 51-mile-an-hour gust at the airport.
I know y'all can't hear Danielle. 51-mile-an-hour gust at Fulton County Airport associated with one of those notches. These are the notches that we've been telling you about.
They just trimmed the tornado watch back.
And they trimmed part of the tornado watch back. Good deal. Okay, I'll show that in just a second. Let me take you back. So again, watching this on the south side, any potential rotation developing there. Again, nothing to trigger a warning, but just something that I'm going to watch there. Coming into Butts County, moving into Monroe County, out of Lamar County. And again, these storms in Atlanta, if you're in the city right now, it's heavy rain, strong winds with that. Here's the reflectivity kind of showing back there. This is the main event that we have been talking about for days. On Friday, Melissa issued a weather impact alert while I was away. Glad she did, because this was alerting everybody to these storms that were going to be coming through on Sunday. Yesterday, Danielle and Nicole were showing you the timing of this and telling you what to expect with this line moving through in the worst time of the day, the overnight hours into the early morning while you're trying to sleep. Always disconcerting whenever that is happening. This is the event now moving through the city of Atlanta and pushing over to the east. On the south side, triggering severe thunderstorm warnings there along 75 south between Atlanta and Macon with these storms rolling on through. So the main part of this we're watching right now over to the east of us, Gwinnett County. You're not seeing these storms yet. Rockdale County, you're not seeing these storms yet. Over toward Social Circle, not yet, but they are on the way. I want you to be aware. Heavy rain, strong winds, thunder and lightning with it, and we have been keeping an eye on any potential rotation developing with these. We did have a tornado warning soon. We're going to have another warning, most likely a severe thunderstorm warning issued, including more counties here to the east of these warnings that are on the south side. So I'm watching for that to come out any moment now, as well as that tornado watch. Now, let me show you, Danielle mentioned that some counties to the west have been taken out of the tornado watch. Okay, there you see it right now. This is what I was telling you a little bit earlier, that even though this watch expires at 9 o'clock in the morning, we don't think that all of the counties will be included in this watch through 9 o'clock. And that's because as that line of storms moves through, they will take some counties out. They just did that over in West Georgia. Earlier, this included all these counties in West Georgia. Now, all of these counties have been taken out. The counties still included are Cobb County, Fulton County, Clayton County, also Henry County, Spalding County, and Lamar County. That line over to the east, all these counties in yellow, that is where we still have this tornado watch in effect. I'm saying until 9 o'clock in the morning, but really soon, Atlanta's going to be taken out of this watch before the 9 o'clock expiration time because the line of storms is over us right now and it'll be moving out. So what they're going to do is they'll take out more counties from west to east as the storms continue to move over to the east as well. There you're seeing a lot of lightning here on this tower cam. I want to show you a couple of additional tower cams. I mentioned Hartsfield-Jackson. The Weather Service is saying that they had a 51-mile-an-hour gust at actually at the Fulton County Airport, not at Hartsfield-Jackson, but the Fulton County Airport there. Right now, we're seeing strong winds and any other notches that we have. Still watching for some brief spin-ups to occur. So again, that's why we are staying on the air with you right now. Instead of going back to regularly scheduled programming, we want to stay on the air with you because of any of these notches that are out there right now that could produce brief spin-ups. And we have seen some of these notches on radar, even though they haven't been strong enough to trigger any warnings so far north of I-20, any tornado warnings. The tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings mainly have been south of I-20. We're expecting at any moment now. In fact, I'm going to leave this here because I really think any moment now we're going to see additional severe thunderstorm warnings extended here to include more counties east of this line here, with all that thunder and lightning from Atlanta southward. We're expecting any moment now a new severe thunderstorm warning to be issued to include more counties like Bibb County down near Macon, most likely including areas, maybe over toward Putnam, Newton County, most likely will be in that, as well as Rockdale County, other counties there, Jasper County most likely will be included in that. So I'm expecting that any moment now where we're going to see another yellow polygon showing up here, indicating new warnings in effect. Again, most likely severe thunderstorm warnings, but again, still watching some of those notches that we're seeing on radar, indicating any potential for any rotation. Let me go back to velocity mode here. This one is one that we've been watching. This was over Sandy Springs a little bit earlier, where we saw those waves of rain and sheets of rain and strong winds over 285 and Georgia 400. This, again, near Alabama Road, Johns Creek, Newtown, there's Duluth right here. So this is right there at the North Fulton, excuse me, and Western Gwinnett County line. Peachtree Corners right here. This is where we're seeing, again, some radar signatures indicating just a little bit of rotation. It's not anything confirmed as a tornado. These are just some signatures that we watch here. This isn't tight, nothing to trigger. Danielle?
They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible.
Okay, let's go back down here. Danielle telling me, in fact, I'll widen out here. Okay, there, as I was telling you, I was expecting this new severe thunderstorm warning to be issued. This is including multiple counties here once again. And I'm just going to read these for you so you can see the yellow right here. I'm going to move over here so y'all can see this a little bit better. But again, that yellow new polygon that you see, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Baldwin County, which is near Milledgeville, Bibb County, which is Macon, Butts County, Crawford, west of Macon, Henry County, Houston County, south of Macon, Jasper County, Jones County, Lamar County, Monroe County, Morgan County, Newton County, Putnam County, Rockdale, Walton County, also included in that, as well as other counties there near Macon and south of Macon. So that is that polygon that I was expecting just a few moments ago as this line of storms moves through here from Milner down to Thomaston. It's about to move out of that warning, so they've issued another warning here to the east of that with these storms that are moving through. The main threat with these storms would be very heavy rain, damaging wind possible, but they are also saying within this warning a tornado could develop at any time. It's called TOR possible, meaning that a tornado could develop out of this at any time. So again, that's why we're staying on air with you. We're watching some areas of potential rotation that at any time could trigger a tornado warning. Right now, the warnings that we have are severe thunderstorm warnings. We want to be on with you for these overnight hours, though, because that is the hardest time, not only to see any of that rotation, but also as you're trying to sleep, hearing those winds, hearing the heavy rain, hearing the thunder and lightning. I know you're hungry for information to know whether or not you can go back to sleep. So that's why we are staying on air. Even though we no longer have any tornado warnings in effect, we could see additional tornado warnings developing at any time. Let me show you here the velocity mode. Still seeing that thunder and lightning, hearing that thunder and lightning here in Atlanta. I want to look along that line there where they've just issued these new warnings. So I'm not seeing anything overly concerning. Maybe there, south and west of Jackson.
That is exactly the tightest winds that I'm seeing too.
I'm sorry, Danielle?
That's the tightest winds that I'm seeing in that area too.
Danielle, I know you can't hear her off to the side there. She's here with me. Danielle is in agreement with me. These are the tightest winds that we're seeing now, south and west of Jackson, that we'll keep an eye on to see if any of that near High Falls Road could develop any rotation. But again, you're kind of with us behind the scenes here, Danielle and I both, studying these storms as they're moving through. And what we look for any type of signatures within that would maybe show any types of rotation. So that in southwestern Butts County, south and west of Jackson, is what Danielle and I are keeping an eye on.
Yeah, it looked like there was a CC there.
Okay. Oh, so we're looking for any type of debris signature there too. We'll keep, Danielle's keeping an eye on that as I'm scanning up. Nothing else. I also want to go back to this one. Okay, this one that we were looking at earlier, Peachtree Corners, Norcross to Johns Creek. So I don't really see anything else there right now that looks too concerning either. It's just a lot of strong winds with it. But we were seeing a little bit of signs of rotation from Sandy Springs. Again, not tight enough to issue a tornado warning, but just a little bit. Again, just these signatures that we watch for, but we're not seeing that really staying with that anymore. But on the south side, numerous counties included in this severe thunderstorm warning. And in that warning, the National Weather Service is saying at any time within this line, we could see some rotation and a tornado could be possible. And right now, Danielle and I are watching this particular part south of Jackson, actually south and west of Jackson, indicating any potential rotation coming up right now in Butts County, south and west of Jackson. In fact, the Weather Service is saying rotation is weak there. There was a little bit of what we call our debris signature. Let me look. This is called correlation coefficient right here, a possible debris finder. Nothing classic with that right now, but there was a brief little blip a little bit earlier on our debris finder, which could have indicated a little bit of rotation with that was touching down. But again, this is just, kind of just looking at these signatures that we watch for. So Butts County, south and west of Jackson is something that we're watching very closely there. But again, mainly heavy rain, strong winds with these storms that are moving through. Now, in the city of Atlanta, you still see the heavy rain. You still see the thunder and lightning. We're looking right now at our Georgia Tech camera where we've been dealing with that heavy rain coming through. But even though it's still heavy right now, the strongest part is this leading edge, which is already east of us. That is in DeKalb County. That is in Gwinnett County. That's going to be bearing down this leading edge that's moved through Norcross, not to Lawrenceville yet, not to Snellville yet, not to Redan yet, but it is on the way. And we'll watch here along this line any of these notches, whether or not they could develop any rotation. But the main thing is this very heavy rain. The strongest part of this is already through Atlanta. Still raining here, still thunder and lightning, but the strongest part is this leading edge, which is now on the east side of the perimeter. It's already over Tucker. It's about to move into Redan, about to move into Snellville and Lawrenceville. The main things we're watching there, very heavy rain and some strong winds along that line pushing through. That's over the city of Atlanta. And then these on the south side are actually a little bit stronger. Going through McDonough, there in Henry County, going through Jackson, stretching down to the east of Macon, down through parts of Monroe County. This is Forsyth, Georgia, not the city, not the county of Forsyth, but the city of Forsyth down here in Monroe County. It's already, the strongest part has already moved through Lamar County and Pike County. So here's that leading edge now in Henry County, about to move into Rockdale, about to move into areas of Newton County, about to move into Morgan County near Madison, about to move into Jasper County, that really heavy rain with those strong winds. Butts County is an area that we're watching very closely right now with any potential rotation. So again, just south of Jackson, not looking too crazy, but an area west of Flovilla, west of Jackson there, west of Highway 42 and Highway 23, of a little suspect area that we're just going to keep an eye on, but not strong enough to trigger any type of tornado warning right now. And again, any of those notches here on the east side, nothing looking too alarming right now with those storms. Again, heavy rain, strong winds, but nothing as far as any type of tornadic activity that we're overly concerned about. So we're just getting this through the city of Atlanta. And this is all moving over to the east. So this, again, is the main event that we have been talking about for days, pushing through overnight Saturday into early Sunday morning. The worst of this is going to be pushing over to the east of us. We're still going to be watching this for you over on the east side. And then we're going to be dealing behind this still with some rain, even though the strongest of the storms are out of West Georgia and out of Alabama. It's still moderate to heavy rain coming through there, and still some thunder and lightning, just nothing severe over to the west of us. That's just general rain, general thunder showers that are moving through right now over on the west side. But the main event over the city of Atlanta, moving to the east through DeKalb County, into areas of Gwinnett County, South Forsyth County. I don't want to ignore you here on the north side there, coming out of Ellijay and out of Gilmer County, moving into Dawson County, coming out of areas of Gordon County, Pickens County, very heavy rain, thunder and lightning there, Cherokee County, moving into Dawson, moving into areas of White County, Lumpkin County. You're going to be seeing that really heavy rain pushing through there in just a little bit as well. And again, we'll watch for any potential rotation out of that too. I want to do a query for you on this lightning out of this line. We have about 121 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. Again, a good bit of lightning, not like the hundreds or thousands of lightning strikes that we often see with summertime storms or springtime storms, but still a good bit of lightning here, waking people up with the flashes of lightning and the sounds of thunder, with that main event moving through the city of Atlanta and now over to the east. Then we'll just deal with some lingering showers for a while this morning, but the severe weather threat will be diminishing as this moves out of Atlanta. But still, we're watching all of those areas on the east side as these storms roll on through. And again, I'm going to take the tornado watch, that red polygon, off here for this graph, because we have some counties on the west side that have been taken out of the tornado watch, and I do expect Atlanta, much of the metro area, will be taken out of that soon. Anything new there, Danielle?
Yeah, I know my mic is on, but neither one of us have IFB access right now.
Yes.
But there are reports now of trees down in Ackworth at Cherokee County, at James Road and Jacobs Road. So as people are starting to wake up now and get on the road, they need to be careful in case there's some trees.
Okay, so people did hear you just now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I can't hear Danielle in my ear, but
Yes.
apparently her mic is on. So hopefully you guys did hear that there. With, again, repeat that again, the trees down?
Trees down in Ackworth in Cherokee County at James Road and Jacobs Road.
Okay. So not only is this heavy rain, thunder and lightning and strong winds, but we are seeing some wind damage with that, and confirmed trees down in some spots right now too. So that is a again, confirmation of why we're staying on the air, because this is producing some damage in some spots with some trees down. And I really expect that we're probably going to hear more about additional trees coming down. It's just hard to see that immediately when it's so dark outside, unless you come across one of those trees down. So I want to urge you to be careful if you are out and about. Right now it's 5:05 on a Sunday morning. It's not like it's rush hour or anything, not like a lot of people. I mean, there are always people out on the roads, but if you have to be out this early in the morning, you may not see a tree down until you're up on it, as you know, over a road or anything like that. We have had some spotty power outages around too. Lisa says in Duluth it's getting bad. I'm looking here on Facebook Live. People have been commenting. Another Lisa says thunder in Barnesville. Rebecca says a lot more lightning in East Cobb now than when the main storm passed over. Amy is saying thunder, lightning, heavy rain in Ball Ground. So these, again, folks on Facebook Live are confirming what we are telling you here and what people are experiencing with these storms. We are getting some reports of damage in with trees down. I expect more reports to come in soon, especially as we see the sun come up. Then, of course, it'll be a lot more visible out there. So please be careful. Stay off the roads for a while if you can. I know this is a busy travel time. Folks are wanting to get out of town early, maybe to go home after the Christmas holidays. We've got New Year's Eve coming up, and New Year's Day coming up this week. So there's a lot of travel going on. But if you can just take a break for a while, let this main line move through, and even a lot of this stuff on the backside to move through. I'm really thinking by 10, 11 o'clock this morning, a lot of this rain is going to be out of here. We'll actually see the sunshine breaking through for the afternoon hours. But we are staying on with you on 11 Alive. We broke in. Actually, we've been on for a long time on our streaming apps for numerous hours for the overnight hours. But then we broke into 11 Alive when the tornado warning was issued on the south side. We're staying on a little bit longer because the core of this storm, which is producing numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, numerous counties in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We just want to see this clear at least the city and stay on for some of you here over on the east side because, again, overnight, early morning storms when it's dark out there, hard while you're trying to sleep here to know what's going on. So we're here to give you, for informational purposes here, to give you the information that you are hungry for. Even if we go away from our on air in just a little while, we'll stay on streaming as well. So we'll keep watching that for you too there as these storms continue to push on through over on the east side. We don't, let me see again over here if there's anything new coming through. Nothing new as of right now. Again, what we're going to be watching for now are any damage reports coming in and keeping an eye on these storms as they move through, excuse me, over on the east side. Pushing through our area. Gwinnett County right now in Lawrenceville, you're about to get that really heavy rain and the strong winds now from Sugar Hill toward Lawrenceville to Snellville. There's that line. In fact, let me put this in live mode. I want you to be able to see here what we're watching. This is right at 85 there at Sugarloaf Parkway. This is near the 985 and 85 split. There you see Sugar Hill, Buford, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning coming through that right now. But this is going from no rain to really heavy rain in just a short period of time. And whenever we've seen that happen, when it goes from green to yellow to orange to red in a short little bit there on radar, that's indicating the very heavy rain. That is also, I'm sorry, the very strong winds in association with that heavy rain that pushes through. That's into Gwinnett. Also up into Forsyth County, up into Dawson County, moving into Lumpkin County. That will eventually push into White County. We have the strong heavy rain, Fannin and Gilmer County, moving into Union, towns that eventually into Rabun County there. So really just watching this leading edge. And then, of course, over to the east of us and south of us with this line from Conyers down toward Jackson, moving through Newton County. All right, all of this right here is where we have numerous counties in a severe thunderstorm warning because the Weather Service knows that all this heavy rain is moving over to the east, so they want everybody ahead of that to know. Over toward Madison, there in Morgan County, you've got Walton County right here, Putnam County right here, Lake Oconee is right here. So really this warning right now stops at Lake Oconee, but that'll most likely be extended outward to include Athens, Clark County, Oconee County, most likely a little bit later here. But this is that leading edge with some very strong winds now over into Jasper County, Newton County, about to move into Morgan County near Madison, and on down to the south into Monroe County, just north of Macon. That's where we have the strongest storms that are pushing through those areas right now with the very heavy rain, watching a couple of notches with that, with our velocity mode, to see if any of those storms would have any rotation. Still kind of watching that from Butts County, about to move into Jasper County. Again, not too strong of a notch there to trigger a tornado warning. And we don't have anything new on any of those there on the south side as of right now. But again, up to the north, again, nothing too overly alarming, just really heavy rain, strong winds in association with that too. Danielle, how are you doing over there?
I'm doing good.
Are they set up to put you on air if we need to?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
This is probably the best it's going to get right now.
Okay, y'all let me know if Danielle's, if y'all are ready to pop up Danielle. I know that she's been watching these storms very closely as well. And just let me know if we want to put Danielle up really quick, just to kind of, Danielle's been watching these, really analyzing these storms there in the background, giving me a lot of great information. But she's there too. I just wanted y'all to let her get an input there on what we're watching. She's very experienced with severe weather. She was chief meteorologist at our Memphis station, did a lot of hours and hours of severe weather in Memphis, and is very well versed in severe weather too. And I wanted her to get some input in there too. So we'll try to pop her up on air in just a bit too. But that main line moving through, what we may do in just a little while, we may take you back here on 11 Alive to regularly scheduled programming, but we'll keep going with our stream at 11 Alive Plus, as well as on our website, YouTube, all the other ways that we're streaming here. But again, if you have not downloaded 11 Alive Plus, do that. You can do that on Roku, Fire TV, any ways that you stream. Just search for 11 Alive Plus. Download that, because I was on 11 Alive Plus long before I did any live coverage on 11 Alive. We were doing coverage pretty much all night long here, tracking these storms coming in from Alabama through West Georgia through Atlanta, and then we came on air for 11 Alive when the tornado warning was issued. But we're staying on now until we get a little better comfort level, and I'm starting to get a little better comfort level on these storms on the east side. Still producing strong winds, heavy rain, and thunder and lightning, but the tornado risk with those, and Danielle, would you agree with me? I'm not as concerned about the tornado risk over on the east side as I was a little earlier when this was coming through West Georgia. Are you kind of thinking the same way?
Yes.
So we may go back to just streaming, taking you back to regularly scheduled programming here on 11 Alive in just a bit, once we get a little bit more of a comfort level here with these storms moving out. But still, we're not ignoring you on East Georgia, but it's just not to the point where we think we should continue our severe coverage. We'll decide that within the next few minutes. In fact, maybe at 5:15, if y'all are listening, and if we have someone in the control room that can let the hub know. Are you in agreement with that, Danielle?
Yes.
I think we're going to be okay to come down at 5:15 unless anybody tells me otherwise. Yeah, so we'll just keep going here for just a little bit longer as these storms move to the east side. Still with a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me show you the expiration time of that. Again, numerous counties there over on the east side. That's going to be in effect until 6 o'clock in the morning. And again, we're watching the tornado watch continues to kind of whittle away a little bit from west to east as the storms have moved out of West Georgia. Again, this was supposed to be in effect until 9 o'clock in the morning for all of West Georgia and Metro Atlanta and over to the east of us. But now, since the storms have already moved through Atlanta, the tornado watch is no longer in effect for West Georgia. I expect that in the next little while, they'll take much of Metro Atlanta out of the tornado watch now that those storms are moving over to the east, and then they'll take more out over to the east side too. So I really don't think Atlanta is going to be in this watch until 9 o'clock. They'll probably take us out well before 9 o'clock, and then we'll see more of those counties kind of going away there as it all moves over to the east. So another look at radar. Okay, I'll stay on. It's 5:15. Let me just stay on a little bit longer here. I don't know. Yeah, I still just want to watch these here on the south side just to make sure as they push off to the east that they are not going to get crazy on us or anything like that. And if we do go off on 11 Alive, we'll keep streaming there on our 11 Alive Plus apps as well. So Atlanta, you're looking better. Still have some thunder and lightning, especially over to the east of us in DeKalb County, moving into Gwinnett County. Forsyth County, this is about to move over Lake Lanier right now with that heaviest part of the rain continuing to push on through. Lawrenceville, you're in Snellville, you're getting hit with that heaviest of rain right now. Let me look again before, I just want to make sure. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything looking crazy suspicious right now with our velocity mode with this. I'm looking at these leading edges going through. Even that on the south side, nothing looking particularly alarming. You see,
no,
feeling the same? Okay.
Velocity looks way better.
Yes.
Than what it was looking.
Yeah, looking a little bit earlier. So what we're going to do is, if y'all are listening at the control room and can let the hub know, I think we're going to go ahead and come down from 11 Alive on air, but we're going to stay on streaming. So if you're upset with us because we're going off the air and you're seeing these storms coming in, you can still find us on our website, 11alive.com. Be sure and download 11 Alive Plus on your favorite streaming services, Roku, Fire TV. We have a whole list of them there that you can search for 11 Alive and keep following us. We're going to stay on streaming as well as on YouTube. I believe we're on right now too. And I've got a Facebook Live going as well that I've had up for I don't even know how long that's been going. It's been hours here that we've been doing our coverage. So we're going to go ahead and come down from 11 Alive. Keep it with us, though. We will break in again if any additional tornado warnings are issued here. But I'm going to go ahead and sign off now. But stay with us on streaming. Go right now to 11 Alive Plus on your favorite streaming service here, and we'll continue our coverage. Going here.
Yes, we are.
Okay. And can you check? Continuing with our coverage right now. Okay. Continuing with our coverage on 11 Alive Plus and streaming as well as on Facebook. We've been on for a long time now on 11 Alive Plus, just keeping you posted. We broke into 11 Alive when a tornado warning was issued. We stayed on 11 Alive through much of the morning just to make sure that these storms didn't kind of go crazy on us or anything. Danielle and I both feel pretty confident that we don't really see anything too suspicious with any rotation along that leading edge, even though on that leading edge we're still getting some very heavy rain and strong winds that are pushing through those areas right now.
Chris, and Maria, I know you can hear me. I'm on max 3. I don't know how the toggle works there, but I did like a forecast storm track for people along that leading edge of that line. So just timing it all out for people. I don't know if, Maria, you can switch to max 3 or not. You can just blow it up large. But Covington and Macon at 5:30 a.m. This storm will be headed to you. Social Circle at 6 a.m. Eatonton at 6:17 a.m. Milledgeville at 6:34 a.m. Greshamville at 6:55 a.m. Devereaux at 7:04 a.m. So it's a large area that this leading edge of the storm really relies on. So that's, kind of timing it out. It's moving quickly, much faster than what, originally we assumed it was.
In fact, Danielle, come over. You're on a wireless, right?
Yes.
If you want to come over here, I'm going to check with our managers.
Okay.
If you want to come over here and just use my thing,
Okay.
and I'll. Sorry there for on. No, that's okay. We just need to get some.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. And what we do is we're going to draw a new line along this leading edge. And it's almost out of our viewing area. And that's the thing with these storms and the temperatures being so warm and the winds being so high, it's really moving very fast. So Macon at 5:28 a.m., even if you're watching, you know someone in Macon and you might be, trying to keep them ahead of what's going on. Warner Robinson, 5:44 a.m., Round Oak at 5:53 a.m., Elder at 6:08 a.m., Eatonton at 6:40 a.m., Milledgeville at 6:53 a.m., and Devereaux at 7:32 a.m. So the storms are here much earlier. The tornado watch expires at 9 a.m. and some of these cities and towns are going to start to see the winds coming in and the heavy rainfall as well.
All right, Danielle. So what we have to do, the reason they wanted to talk to us, in order to be able to get for both of us to be on, we need to come down for just a brief moment here on our streaming apps at 11 Alive Plus. So you're going to see us come down. I don't know if it's going to go to the maps or whatever, but it may go to you might just see a blank screen for a few minutes. Hang with us though, because we're going to come right back. They just have to reset something in our control room. So if y'all are listening to us right now, we're ready to do that. We're going to come down briefly, but don't leave us. If you're watching, we're going to come right back up and continue our coverage. Moderate rain, good downpours that are coming through right now, and more of that over into West Georgia too. We are seeing it ending in western parts of Alabama. In fact, let me show you this bigger picture here. And you can see the whole complex that's moving through, but see how it's clearing out in Alabama? Still have clouds there. Excuse me, but the rain is ending in Alabama. We're going to watch that back edge move through during the morning hours. And once we get into the afternoon, we may actually see some sunshine breaking through here. But we're still watching all of this heavier rain over on the east side and that storm risk, and those still a few counties in the severe thunderstorm warnings moving over to the east. So we're going to hang with you here at least through 6 o'clock on 11 Alive Plus and on our streaming apps. As this moves to the east and is virtually going to be pushing out of our area. Even though we're still dealing with rain back behind, it's the severe part of this that'll be moving out, and we no longer really have as many threats with those severe storms that are moving through the area. So things will be improving during the day. We just have to get this last bit of those storms out of here that are over on the east side and still raining pretty hard in Gwinnett County, moving into Jackson County, through Hall County, into areas of Barrow County. That's going to push over toward Athens as well. And then those storms coming out of along I-20 there through Conyers, moving into Madison, moving into Putnam, moving into the Lake Oconee area where we still have the severe thunderstorms that are moving on through. Danielle Moss joins us right now. Danielle, are you ready to do some stuff for us? She's been watching what's been going on with these storms, really keeping a close eye on monitoring our National Weather Service chat. And Danielle, we did see a couple reports earlier of some damage with some trees down up around Ackworth. And we're not getting a lot of new reports in right now, but I really think that once the sun comes up, we'll start probably most likely getting more of those reports of trees down.
We actually just got a new report of one in Forsyth. It says that a hand radio operator reported that there is a large tree down on Georgia 400 southbound, and it's blocking all but one lane. And it's located at the mile marker near Roberts Drive near exit 6. So that is in Forsyth County at Georgia 400. So like you said, Chris, we're going to start seeing a lot of these reports coming in, whether it's power outages, whether it's trees down, power lines down. The winds were really high this morning. This was definitely a wind threat and a heavy rain threat. And that's what we anticipated it being. Whenever we see organization with a line like this, that's always the main concern. And that's another reason why we saw that tornado warning a little bit earlier too, because with the winds being so tight, it's very possible to sometimes see some of those brief spin ups. And even though they are starting to scale back some of the severe thunderstorm warnings, that doesn't mean that you couldn't see a brief spin up. In fact, I was just told, speaking of power outages, that right now there are 14,000 Georgia Power customers affected in Fulton County alone from this storm that rolled through this morning. So, Chris, we're starting to see a lot of the damages, a lot of the things that people need to, be watching for. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit and kind of move out of the way so we can talk a little bit about this main line of storms that we are seeing right now. As you can see right now, all of the heavier rainfall, all of the strongest winds are along this front, close to Athens, on the way to Athens. Here in the metro Atlanta area, we're just dealing with normal rain right now. So make sure you are aware that even though you might be done with the wind threat, the flooding threat is still there. Until all of the rainfall moves out of here, you have to be prepared in case we start to see some localized flooding. On the way in this morning, I left the house around 3 and I came in from Smyrna. So you're definitely seeing a lot of ponding on some of the interstates. You want to make sure that you are aware of that. We just got a new message, so let's check out and see what the new update. They scaled back some of the tornado watch, so that's good. Let's bring that up so that we all can see what the new tornado watch says. Whenever they start scaling back and they start removing counties and removing cities and start giving good news, we want to bring you that good news so that you all can rest a little bit easier. So this is the new tornado watch, still in effect to 9 a.m., but they did scale back some of our western counties. Atlanta, Fulton County still in that tornado watch. That's because the winds are still a little bit too high for them to feel comfortable to remove the metro Atlanta area away from that tornado watch. But in the next few scans, in the next few hours, I could definitely see it being expired early. Until 9 a.m., everywhere else in that yellow, you are under that tornado watch. But that's good news that we're starting to see them scale it back just a little bit. Let's go back to radar so you can see exactly what we are looking at and what we are watching for. in the metro Atlanta area, we're just seeing really, really heavy rainfall, and that's another reason why a lot of people should be weather aware as you head out the house. It's 5:41 this morning. People could be getting ready to go to church or to brunch or whatever you're doing. I know it's still early and I know it's Sunday, but if you're headed to the airport, if you're headed anywhere this morning, you need to allow extra time and you need to take your time getting there, because we're starting to see some reports now of trees down, power outages as well, and definitely a lot of localized flooding on roads. Surface streets are definitely going to have the potential to have some ponding. We've been having some really heavy rain falling almost all night, almost from 2 a.m. until now. So even though you might hear the rain kind of slacking up, if you're getting a little bit too comfortable, you're thinking I need to go ahead and head out the house, don't do it just yet. Wait till daylight so you can see what you're looking at when you're driving, because a lot of times when these trees fall, like the ones that are in Cherokee County at Ackworth, at James Road and Jacobs Road, you could run up on those trees before you see them. So you need to just make sure you take it easy out there. Chris, I just told everyone that's watching right now that the tornado watch has been scaled back a little bit, which is great news. They have not updated the severe thunderstorm warning anymore, but you know, the localized heavy rainfall is probably the main concern right now in the metro Atlanta area. But the strongest part of the storm system is really starting to move back towards Athens right now.
Yeah, all right, so let's take a look. This is the tornado watch map that I have up here for you. They're about to drop a few more of these counties. They haven't done it quite yet, but we're going to see some of these counties here, most likely including much of the metro area and stretching on down to the south. As we're watching that line move to the east, we will see those storms, we'll see those the tornado watch disappearing here in a bit, and it'll be mainly for those areas over to the east of us. Back to radar, because I want to show you here where that line is located. And that heaviest rain there is moving pretty much now out of Gwinnett County. As we were watching this earlier, this was just, that leading edge was just moving into Lawrenceville just a few minutes ago. Now that leading edge is well over to the east through these areas, really approaching Athens, into areas of Jackson County, also into Barrow County. In fact, let me kind of walk you through this. This is going to be moving from Gainesville there in Hall County.
There's a 53-mile-an-hour wind gust in Gainesville right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So
this just came in here, a 53-mile-an-hour wind gust in Gainesville, and that's from this storm that's moving through. There's that leading edge now at Lula. That's going to be near Gillsville, right there on the Hall and Banks County line, with that heavy rain moving through and strong winds with that. That'll move over into Jackson County near Commerce in just a little bit, and into Jefferson. You're getting some of the heavier rain. Brazelton, you've got the heavy rain right now. And again, that's that leading edge that is moving through where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings there. These severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued out of the Greenville-Spartanburg Weather Office, National Weather Service, including areas of Stevens County, looks like Habersham County, Rabun County, also Franklin County there at Carnesville, and also Hart County, where we have a new severe thunderstorm warning here in effect. So again, these counties right along the Georgia-South Carolina line are monitored by the Greenville-Spartanburg National Weather Service, and they have issued the warnings there ahead of this line as that line is about to move into those counties. Again, southern Rabun, we have parts of Habersham County, Stevens County, Franklin County, and Hart County. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. In fact, let me put the expiration time on there for you so you can see this is going to be in effect until 7 o'clock this morning. Right now it's 5:45, so that's a pretty long lasting warning there. But it still isn't even into those counties yet. They'll be there most likely in about 15 minutes. So again, the Greenville-Spartanburg office issuing that well in advance of those storms that are about to move into those counties there in East Georgia. And as Danielle mentioned, a 50-plus-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Gainesville airport just a little while ago. And that's what's going to be moving over toward Commerce, eventually into Carnesville, Mossy Creek, also over toward Hartwell with that line of storms moving on through. And then I'll take you down again, that leading edge going through Jefferson and Jackson County, moving through Barrow County, about to push into Clark County. We have some of this heavy rain in Walton, which is the city of Monroe, Walton County right here, moving down toward Morgan. That's moving into Oconee. There's Clark County right here at Athens. Here you see that other severe thunderstorm warning for Morgan County on down into Putnam County, about to move into Baldwin County there at Milledgeville, and these storms moving down into areas of Monroe County too. Again, this is all about to push out of our viewing area and into the Augusta and into the Macon viewing area. So we're going to kind of wind down here in just a little bit as these storms move out. We still are going to watch these move from Walton County over into Oconee County and over toward the Athens area. In fact, I'm going to put up our Athens tower cam so you guys can see. Conditions in Athens right now aren't really that bad, but we'll watch that deteriorate here in just a little bit as those storms continue to move on through. I know it's dark out there. We're looking over North Campus there at UGA. You've got the arch right here going into North Campus, the downtown area right here. Camera's shaking just a little bit, but this is looking southward toward North Campus, where we're going to see this rain coming down a lot harder coming up in just a few minutes. I also want to check on the airport because we were looking at this earlier. We had a lot of heavy rain moving through. Still not showing any active delays at Hartsfield. The worst of the storms have moved through. We're still dealing with some rain, but again, nothing that the airport couldn't handle. It was just a brief period of that really heavy rain and strong winds, but we're not showing any active weather delays at Hartsfield-Jackson. Always, though, check your specific flight. Even though this has no delays, there may be some individual flights that have some delays there due to the volume that we're dealing with, or due to maybe any other things that aren't weather related. So keeping an eye on that for you too. Let's go back to this tornado watch and see if there that looks the same as it did a moment ago. I'm looking to see if they're going to maybe drop. They said more counties are going to be dropped from this soon.
They have not.
But they haven't done those yet. So they may add a few counties in East Georgia to the watch. And they're coordinating with the Storm Prediction Center there. So they may add, what they may do is add some of these additional counties over toward Augusta in the watch, while at the same time they're going to take some of these away in the metro area, as the main line of strong storms that would have any severe weather threat has already moved out of the metro area, but still moving over toward the east. So those are the spots that we're watching still with the severe thunderstorm warnings. We talked about these from Macon up toward Lake Oconee. Okay, so let me go back to that then. Danielle said they just updated that watch. Let me go back to this map and you'll be able to see. I just showed you a moment ago. Okay, so the metro counties have now been dropped out of this watch. Let's zoom in a little bit tighter here. And I'll be able to go over to the east here once this zoom finishes. So what we're watching, the counties that are still in this watch, again, it's supposed to expire at 9, but the metro counties were just taken out, including Atlanta, including DeKalb, North Fulton, Gwinnett. Those have taken out. But we still have Walton County included in this, Oconee County, Morgan County, and Putnam County, over into Greene and Oglethorpe counties. That line over to the east is still in the tornado watch, and it's set to expire at 9. I really think they'll take a lot of these counties out before we get to 9 o'clock. It's not even 6 o'clock in the morning yet, and that main storm system is going to be cleared of these counties well before 9 o'clock. So I don't think this is going to even last till 9. And what's been happening is they've been taking out tiers of counties, starting in West Georgia, taking out some counties. Now they've taken out Metro Atlanta and those counties along the I-75 corridor out. It's now mainly those well to the east of us that are still included in that watch. And they may add on some counties over toward Augusta and the rest of the National Weather Service forecast office area of that they need to keep an eye on there. So they may add some more of those counties, but they're taking the ones away from Metro Atlanta. So these are all good signs that we're seeing here, Danielle, as we've been watching this line. Now, those of you still to the east of us, you're dealing with it. You're dealing with the heavy rain. You're dealing with the strong winds, but we're not seeing those notches indicating rotation like we saw earlier in Alabama, in West Georgia, in the one that prompted a tornado warning earlier for us. We're not seeing really that threat anymore of tornadoes. It's just mainly those pockets of really heavy rain and strong winds that could cause some damage as this moves on over to the east. But the good news is the worst of it is well to the east of Atlanta. That's going to keep moving east, and it's pretty much going to be clearing our viewing area very soon. But even behind it, we're still going to have the rain to watch and still have pockets of moderate to heavy rain at times before things will be improving once we get into the late morning hours. Okay, here's a new severe thunderstorm warning that they just issued for that next tier here as it leaves Putnam County and as it leaves these counties here to the south and east of us. Again, still pushing out of our viewing area, moving towards Sandersville, toward Dublin, to the east of Macon. So we're pretty much going to see these storms exiting our viewing area and moving out as far as any of those leftover warnings. Still watching these right on the South Carolina, Georgia line that the National Weather Service office in Greenville, Spartanburg issued there as those storms are moving in with some heavy rain and thunder and lightning with that too. So those are the main warnings that we have. Again, they're pushing out. They will be ending soon, but we're just going to deal with that rain lingering left behind. In fact, let me look at our rain totals with this. This is going to take a second for the computer. This would be the 24-hour rain totals that we've seen. These areas of blue, in fact, I'll click right over Atlanta, showing about a ½ inch of rain. There are a couple of spots in purple indicating over an inch of rain in some of those heavier rain showers that came through. We have areas really, the blue is indicating a ½ inch to maybe an inch of rain. The purple's indicating an inch to an inch and a half, close to 2 inches. And then the green is showing less than a ½ inch. So we've had some good rain that pushed through with these storms a little bit earlier. And you can see that line is just continuing to push off to the east and continuing to move away. Danielle Moss joins us now. Danielle, what we're going to have to watch during the morning hours, we're getting some slow reports of damage kind of trickling in. You have been reading some of those reports. I really think that once the sun comes up and once people are getting up and venturing outside, we're probably going to get some more reports of just, I'm thinking sporadic tree damage around. And we don't know yet. We haven't really heard of any major structure damage out there yet, but we'll wait and see as this line moves through and then as the sun comes up as to whether or not we'll see a lot of damage. You thinking the same thing?
Yes, exactly. This morning in like the next hour or so, once sunlight is up, that's when we'll really be able to get a scope of what the damages really are. And the good news is they're starting to trim back some of the counties from the tornado watch. And in fact, I actually have a forecast track that I can put up and kind of walk us through what we can expect in the next few hours and what we are anticipating to happen now that we're seeing some of the strongest portion of these storms kind of move out of here. This is one of our forecast tracks that will walk us through a little bit of that this morning. Hopefully it works well with me with this laptop this morning. So I'm going to move a little bit out of the way so that you all can see a little bit better there. Here we go. So what you're going to be seeing is this is the main line of storms. This is our forecast track. What can happen? What are we anticipating to happen? We're going to walk through this together. Over the next few hours, we're going to continue to see that main line of storms moving out of here, which means behind we're going to start to dry out. So we're not anticipating really heavy rainfall to continue to follow this. Some of us might see some sporadic rain, really light drizzle as that cloud cover lingers around to the early afternoon hours. But by 8 o'clock in the morning, you can see in the metro Atlanta area that heavy rainfall is completely done. Now that's still a long time though. It's 5:55. So from 5:55 until maybe 8:30, you're looking at some pretty heavy rainfall to continue. So still be weather aware. A lot of people are going to start to get up and move in the next hour or so, and that's also when daylight will begin as well. So just keep that in mind as you are planning your Sunday. And I know a lot of people are concerned about what should they anticipate over the next few hours or so. At 10 a.m., when a lot of people will really start to head out and about and get their day started on a Sunday, most of the heavy rainfall is completely done. That's awesome news. But still, once again, just a reminder, you never know if you can run into a tree down or maybe even some power lines down or ponding on those roadways. So take it easy this morning. And then around lunchtime today, the rain is completed. The cloud cover is going to be hanging around, which is going to allow us to still have some of those lingering showers and that nasty mist and drizzle that we've been dealing with for the last couple of days. So just keep that in mind. But around 3 and 4 p.m., we can start to see a little bit of clearing. 6 o'clock, look at that. That is completely clear. So that's good news. That gives you a timeline of what you can expect for the majority of your Sunday ahead. Now, this is another part of our weather story for today, the wind gusts. As of right now, this is our wind gusts at this current moment. Gainesville right now still has a 29-mile-an-hour wind gust. So winds are still fairly high at this moment. So you're probably still hearing it against your windows, your doors. You can just hear it outside. It's definitely still windy out there. And that's another reason why we are still seeing some of our counties hanging around in that tornado watch, because with the winds being so high, that continues to increase our chance to see the possibilities of a brief spin up of a tornado, like what we've been seeing pretty much all morning long. It hasn't been a very scary situation as far as tornadoes are concerned. We did see a tornado warning. We also did see a possible debris signature earlier today, but we haven't heard of any damages, like Chris was saying, of structures. A few trees are down, but that's because the winds were so high. So as of right now, we are seeing minimum damages, but still be mindful and still keep this on top of mind that the winds are still high and that rainfall really is not going to be done until later on this afternoon. Chris?
Yeah, so we're going to keep watching this. What we're going to do is we're going to hang with you for another 2 minutes, and we're going to bring down our live coverage here. We'll put the maps that we have going, continuing on air, but just without Danielle and me. So we're going to wind down here at 6 o'clock with this extended coverage. I think I came on from 2 to 2:15 and then on again at like 2:50 until now with this live coverage on streaming. So we feel like we have been here with you for these overnight hours as the main system has been pushing through. That main line, though, is now exiting our viewing area and the counties that we're responsible for. We don't see anything really concerning with these storms here, just those additional storms with that severe thunderstorm warning, those new severe thunderstorm warnings that are over to the east of us, just outside of our viewing area. And again, those storms that the Greenville-Spartanburg office issued there for Toccoa, also Stevens County, Habersham County, parts of Rabun County, Franklin County, and Hart County, as that moves through over from Georgia into South Carolina. So even though that main line has moved through, we're still going to deal with some rain here back behind this system. And that rain will be light to moderate at times. And then later in the morning, as Danielle just showed you in our forecast track, we will see those conditions improving later this morning and into the afternoon, maybe even some sunshine breaking through later on this afternoon too. So mainly the high impact event was as we expected overnight into early on Sunday morning. Now that main line of stronger storms is exiting, moving over into East Georgia, pushing over into South Carolina. And now we just wait for the sun to come up, where we most likely may see some of that damage with some trees down scattered around the area. We have our crews out and about looking for some of that damage. We'll have our newscast on at 9 o'clock this morning with more continuing coverage of the aftermath of these storms that have been moving through early this Sunday morning.